叫貨車留後啊，夾撚死你哋啊！好啊，知唔知啊？你唔好戇鳩鳩啊，夾撚死咗你，賴鳩咗我哋啊！到時明唔明啊？柒頭歸檔。
咁有現場嘅市民啦，就提醒現場嘅警員咧要小心嘅貨車。
撚死你哋啊！屋企啊你哋，留後啦貨車，行過啲啊嘛，冇位俾你企咩？都唔撚識企，揾我，有條又唔撚識揾車，我撚鳩鳩我。
咁啊，上面呢幾位係警員嚟嘅，然後就邀請佢上嚟咁樣。
諗乜柒嘢啊你？我有條就出嚟揾下錢啦，我撚鳩鳩佢，佢冇撚樣。
咁啊，上面亦都有好多其他市民喺度嘅。
打撚嘅啦，啲撚嘢，除衫圍都我啦。
鬧警察嗰個係一般嘅市民嚟，一位中年叔叔，一位中氣好好嘅中年叔叔。
歡樂。外邦人看到自己撐中，他們的腳被自己暗設的網羅纏住。耶和華向自己指明，他已經行動。當日被自己手所做的前惡人，將是忘記神的外邦人，都必歸到陰間。耶和華求你不用世人得免外邦面前受審判。耶和華求你使他們恐懼，願外邦人知道自己不過
呂志恒啦，同埋佢嘅朋友唱聖詩啦，亦都對香港嘅情況作出一啲評論咯。咁而且會有市民嚟到呢個祭壇嘅前方獻花點蠟燭啦，去向周梓樂同學。咁好歡迎大家繼續收睇立場新聞嘅直播啦。咁我身處喺將軍澳尚德十字路口，或者我哋叫上十啦。
奸惡，他在村周圍埋頭，在隱密處殺害無辜人。他的眼裏窺探無依無靠的人，他埋伏在暗地，如獅子和熊中。他埋伏擄困苦人，他拉網就把人擄去。他屈心苦服，無依無靠的人就倒在暴力之下。他心裏說：神主便令我公開。耶和華，求你興起，神啊，求你舉手，不要忘記困苦人。惡人為何輕慢神？心裏說：你不得追究，你已經察看苦戀人的憂患和不樂，你受到無窮的傷痛，你後來的幫助，求你人的防備，至於壞人，求你追討他的惡，直到整頓。耶和華永永遠遠為王，愛惡人地已經滅絕。耶和華困苦人的與你早尋，你經過心得以平安他們的生活。為何公義和受苦的人生，世上的人不再威嚇？多謝。
我交俾你嘅啫，今日做係啦，唔該晒，唔該晒，係啦，唔該多謝我，多謝我今日。
飲㗎飲㗎，啊冇嘢啦，冇嘢。多謝晒，多謝晒。係啦，呢幾係啦。你有冇嘢飲啊？
可以唔使叫，唔使啦，唔使啦，唔使啦，得㗎啦，得㗎啦，得㗎啦。
去悔改認罪，所以作惡嘅人就要悔改認罪，否則你哋嘅罪就要歸於你，神必追究。神嘅慈愛係俾你有機會去悔改認罪，但係神亦都有公義，當你去悔改認罪，神嘅公義必定要臨到你身上，神嘅懲罰必定要臨到你身上。喺度，聖經時常去提醒我哋，當我哋人類，因為我哋人類好軟弱，我哋都會犯錯。當我哋去犯錯嘅時候，啱啱我上邊嘅我哋去願意認罪悔改，神去接納。當然我哋係要真心去悔改認罪啦，唔係求求其其啦。咁我哋就再次的呼籲我哋高官啊，你自稱為基督徒嘅時候，該你去悔改認罪，否則神嘅震怒必定臨場，否則神嘅
安啊，喺我身前。
神嘅報應臨到你身上，惡人必得着神嘅懲罰。
放心啊，暫時黑環保袋都係未違禁品嘅，未變成違禁品，未變成違禁品，所以都係我哋先安排出嚟。
誒，師兄啊，師兄，Yo。 拜。
接下力先，接下力先。
係啦，得，你向呢邊就得。
民安就嚟到啦嚇，致意啦，一齊唱一首願呢個星黑。
其實嗰個
咁咧，大家都可以繼續係呢個自由嘅悼念嘅時候啦。咁其實我係好感恩嘅。咁每當我係有好多嘅困難同埋需要嘅時候啦，咁就都會有一啲嘅天使就自然出現㗎啦，係啦。咁好似我而家咁樣完全冇晒聲啦，係啦。咁今朝早上完庭之後都唔知係咪真係會過到嚟啦。咁一切都感謝神，同埋多謝街坊辛苦。打完啦，報先。好，咁咧我哋繼續啦。咁我哋今晚咧會係我嘅原定計劃啦。咁當然朋友喺心意裏面啦。咁我哋係今晚會去到詩篇嘅20節，祈求勝利為止嘅會係。而家我哋去到詩篇嘅第10節啦，應該係我冇記錯你話。第10章。第10篇係啦，第10篇為公義而祈禱。你為什麼站在遠處？在患難時候為什麼隱藏？人驕橫追逼困苦人，願他們陷在自己所設的計謀裏。其實咧，我讀到呢篇嘅時候咧，我係好感觸嘅係。因為惡人以自己心願自誇，貪財的背棄耶和華，並且輕慢地惡人面帶驕傲尋找耶和華，他的思想中全無神。咁 咧，仲記唔記得6月初嘅時候咧，曾經有啲警察叫啲神咧落嚟見佢。咁如果呢個神係我哋可以呼之則來，揮之則去，咁其實如果我哋，他的路時常亨通，你的審判不在他眼裏，只他所有的敵人，他都向他們發怒氣。咁咧所以有警隊繼續加人工咧，其實呢個都係人嘅裏面嘅。其實好多有權有勢嘅時候咧，喺現世當中，佢哋都可能會享有啲名望富貴啦。他心裏說：世世代代不遭災難。他滿口詛咒詭詐欺壓，徹底盡是毒惡奸。他在村莊埋伏等候在隱密處殺害無辜的人。他埋伏在暗地，如獅子蹲在洞中。他埋伏要俘虜困苦人。他把困苦人
拉晒我哋200萬人啦，咁所以我就希望自己身體力行可以再呼籲大家多啲去支持每一個民間上面嘅每一個活動咯。要我哋互相去保護大家啦，係啦。
OK， 咁最後一條啦，就係等陣先咁最後一條啦，咁就其實會今日打算留到幾點？係而家諗住離開嘅。
我諗啱啱睇下個情況，因為我亦都見到辛苦啦，亦都有好多市民啊、街坊落嚟悼念啊、子樂啦，同埋呂志恒嘅呢個候選嘅立法會議員，亦都係好，我自己本身就好想落嚟去支持佢啦，因為佢係一個即係我自己覺得一個好出心出力嘅一個思想嘅行動家嘅有選議員。咁但係我而家聽講咧，今日都唔係好適合講呢啲嘅，但係不過即係我覺得佢好努力啊，即係好努力喺為我哋每一個抗爭嘅場合佢都喺度。咁所以我自己亦都想落嚟同佢打個氣啦。咁希望佢嚟緊嘅即係初選順利啦，同埋即係真係好多謝佢一路喺每一場悼念嘅活動嘅時候，佢都真係最早一個人嚟，最遲一個走，留守到最後，不停同大佢去 hold 嘅成件事。咁所以我好想即係大家自己人俾啲打氣咯，係啦，即係主要今日都悼念子樂，亦都同志恒啊，同埋啲街坊打個氣咯。
明白嘅。咁另外一樣嘢就係啲觀眾就話咧，好中意聽你嘅煲底枝啊，係啊。咁但係今日唔係好適合唱。係啦，我覺得就真係唔適合㗎，呢個場合就係非常之唔適合。我相信未來嚟緊都會有會或者我自己會有機會有啲音樂演出嘅時候，我都係會唱呢啲歌嘅。咁到時候你哋蛋蛋俱樂部就多啲嚟直播啦。先唱俾你哋啲觀眾聽啦，到時好冇？好啦，咁多謝，係啦，咁多謝你接受一揀嘅
我想問喺呢個國安法通過咗嘅呢個情況之下，
仲有少少
你本人會貼翻依舊係咁樣？
嗱，我自己本人就係真係比較可能啲言論啊，或者有時講嘅激烈嘅咁樣。咁但係我諗大家都有留意，假設你有繼續留意住我自己嘅 Facebook page 嘅時候咧，你都會應該會知道我大概嗰個 style 其實都冇乜點變，因為我覺得而家佢哋所謂嘅國安法咁辣咧，係一段時間嘅啫。即係佢哋咁瘋狂，其實都係一段即係死前嘅一個掙扎。我總會相信會贏到呢一場仗咯。咁喺呢一刻，佢哋嘅士氣好似好高漲咁樣。咁但係我相信係臨死嘅一個掙扎啦。咁所以我自己就唔會去改變我自己嗰個初衷或者我嘅做法嘅。咁我相信好多香港手足都會同我一樣咯。即係要講嘅就想繼續講，要鬧嘅繼續鬧。要開心嘅繼續開心，要傷心嘅大家一齊傷心。我相信大家係會齊上齊落嘅，係啦。OK， 咁仲有冇啊？好冇？咁多謝你接受訪問啦，亦都有支線啦，或同埋全民嘅行家喺度。咁多謝大家。辛苦晒，辛苦晒，你哋辛苦。都見到 Tommy 都其實每一次嘅一啲嘅街站運動咧，其實都見到佢嘅蹤影。冇問題啊，咁好 OK， 唔該晒 ，thank you， 唔該 Tommy， 唔該 Tommy。做咗 Tommy 嗰個嘅訪問。咁因為其實咧就 OK 嘛 ？OK 係啦。仲好痛啊！係啊，你又有嘢飲㗎喂？你又茶星人啊你？今日咁好嘅？唔係啊，啲牛肉成日都請我飲㗎，但我唔係咁好嘅係咪？我整下佢。咁係啦。
請支持日本台貨 PayPal 轉數快銀行戶口係好需要大家課金支持嘅。咁啊，詳情可以 PM 我哋查詢啦。咁我哋咧都繼續睇翻呂志恒呢邊咧，繼續咧都係繼續讀緊聖經啦，係啦。我就掉咗啲相先，個咩雪糕嚟㗎？椰子雪糕啊？
好好食啊！呢個雪糕
唔係椰子雪糕啊？係啊，好食。咁咪澳門嗰個好食喎。有冇食過澳門嗰個？哇！點解咧？
可能有一啲嘅弓箭係對正我哋一啲積極嘅人，但係我哋嘅上帝就會去保護我哋。
喂，咁樣嘅咩？
因為耶和華喺佢個殿裏邊，佢就
咁樣嘅咩？你應該問我食唔食先？唔好，陣間又俾人寫啊！
佢嘅眼目去睇。
冇啊！
陣間又俾人影相㗎。
所以
你自己攞，咁我幫你揸住。好冷啊！
我哋去同神去建立翻關係。我哋喺神。
我識嘢喎，你知咩料？
係會用佢嘅公義去期待我哋嘅識嘢喎，
識啲嘢喎。
但係嗰啲惡人，神就話要向惡人本報何羅，
攞咩咧？
而當佢哋作為佢哋一啲嘅懲罰，所以在此請悔改認罪，否則神的震怒尚在你身上。
歡迎大家收睇皮蛋俱樂部啦。咁啊，但係依家咧啱啱亦都聽過啦，藝人阮文安啊、Tommy 啊，大家都知邊個啦，耳熟能詳。今日亦都啱啱係接受咗本台嘅訪問啦等等嘅。咁啊，喂，我攞嚟播上先。轉頭先過嚟。而家過嚟一個。過埋想走得㗎。
講起 Tommy 咧，其實咧我真係好乸中意阿 Tommy 個老婆，真係好靚。係又俾人死咗10世，係啊！我餵個個都得，但係唔聽係唔可以餵蛋糕。
大家可以咧都可以流水式咁樣去過嚟就。你先做咧好好，有冇話求你幫助？
我哋可以見到
人人説嗰啲狗咧，全部走曬。
而家嗰啲警察咧，全部走曬。
説謊嘴裏油滑，心口一切油滑的嘴唇。
哇！咁直接喎。你唔知我哋要評論政治問題，差唔多俾人截頭取勝。
我們的嘴巴是自己的，
拉我。
將我們的耶和華説，因為困苦人的
我哋中立㗎嘛，係咪先？
我現在要起來，把他安置在他所切慕的穩妥之地。耶和華的言語是純正的言語，如同銀子在泥做的爐子煉過7次。耶和華，你必保護他們，你必保佑他們永遠脫離這世外的人。卑鄙的人在世上縱盛，就有惡人四處。
點解會咁嘅？發生咩事？哇！
我所得的，你為我持守，潤盡給我的地界。
點解啊？
我咧？佳美之處。
哦，佢哋好狗啦，佢哋。
產業實在美好，我要稱謝耶和華，指引我的耶和華。在夜間，我的心腸也受我。我讓耶和華常在我面前，因他在我右面，我就不動搖。因此歡喜，我的靈快樂，我的肉體安然居住，因為你必不將我的靈魂撇在陰間。 也不讓你的聖者見地。你必將生命的道路指示，在你面前有滿足的喜樂，在你右手中有永遠的福樂。當我哋求助耶和華嘅時候，好似四處都係有仇敵，但係神卻係會救你。喺度形容一啲嘅惡人，佢哋嘅説話嘴唇係柔滑嘅，係心同埋口係唔一致嘅。佢哋係必得着神嘅情。雖然惡人好似喺度話，卑鄙嘅人喺呢個世代上邊，仲要升高，仲要高高在上，但係神話佢哋再仍然作惡，必定得到神嘅懲罰。因此，我哋嘅心要歡喜，我哋嘅靈係要快樂。我哋向神去禱告，神必垂聽。
我翻屋企先，我啱中埋開完啦，
加油啊！
我翻屋企先，屋企咁遠。
咩啊？學會咯，我肯定咁開。你上次睇到嗰個黃色衫嗰個，黃色衫嗰個，
好似有上天堂嗰個啊！影相啦，話你唔知咁鳩啊！
我用電話又影，我電話好似都
大家都可以慢慢嘅流水式嘅，可以過嚟去悼念啦，可以嚟到。
咁啊，歡迎大家啦，課金啦，係啦，好需要大家課金支持我哋啦。我哋有 PayMe 啦、PayPal 啦、戶口啦，係需要大家課金㗎嚇，希望大家多多支持。
我哋喺度一齊嘅悼念。
喂，好多。
唔識用啊！真係真唔識用。
嘅神必定有一日會彰顯公義，讓佢哋沉冤得雪。第13
你唔行我哋，
你
哋行啦！我要揾我啲同事。
耶和華，你望
佢哋話咩喎？去邊度食喎？
我要到幾時呢？要到永遠嗎？
嗰度啊！
你轉面不顧我要到幾時呢？我心裏籌算。
係啊。
你揾佢哋南邊嗰全部南邊度啦。
壓制我要到幾時呢？耶和華，我的神啊，求你看顧我，應允我。求你使我眼目明亮，免得我沉睡至死，免得我的仇敵說我殺了他，免得我的敵人
我覺得阿康哥真係要食多啲嘢，好瘦啊！
康哥啫。
但我依靠你的慈愛，
好瘦啊！
你的慈愛救恩快樂，永向耶和華，因他厚厚的恩待我。
咁我點啊？你哋行，咁
當
我點啊？
我哋喺苦難當中，我哋都會去求告。
咁我點啊？
我哋都要問神啊，神啊，你喺邊度啊？你幾時去彰顯你嘅公義啊？你顧念我哋要到幾時啊？會去問神。我哋終日受苦都要問神啊，你公啊，神啊，你幾時會去責備，去懲罰呢啲惡人啊？終有一日，佢必定應允我哋，因為神必定要去拯救我哋，因為神喜歡公義，只喜歡真理。
哇！頭先唔彈出嚟，一彈咧，全部彈晒出嚟。
愛嘅時候，心就可以因神嗰個救恩去發。我哋要向神去歌唱，我哋要去讚美佢，因為佢會，我哋嘅神會厚厚嘅待我哋。
毛卜柒咗啦！浩談濕熱，乜撚嘢啊！ 攝攞命！
喺呢個時候咧，大家都可以繼續多悼念
攝攞命！
我哋嘅子女。
蛋哥改咯，全民收個台，係啊，佢攝攞命嘅仲有先。
咩啊？
我哋行路啦，唔係行路咩？
我哋
海燒咩？
大家都明白。我哋雖然紙仔裏面冇字，但係我哋知道。
咩啊？兩隻燒咗啦，係咪眼嚟嘅？
係啦，和你燒啊！一齊。
我哋行翻出去。我哋行到下個站。
邪惡嘅人就話：
喂，咁
我心裏沒有仇。
記得課金台咧，嗰個營運咧係好撚需要大家支持嘅。咁我哋個台咧已經咧蒸蒸日上，唔係蒸蒸日上，係個活力氣魄已經翻撚咗嚟啦嚇！大家記得課金啊！咁啊，無望每一位離開咗嘅手足啦、朋友啦。咁啊，記得今日周梓樂同學係8個月。大家都熱情少少啦，唔好咁係咁。我哋台就一定冇遺忘佢嘅。OK， 好啦，咁啊，記得支持我哋PayMe 曲咧喺下幾個 post， 拜拜。
未翻，佢個音未翻。冇翻工啦，係啊，我都覺得。記得佢。幾多錢啊？幾華㗎？幾多錢啊？第二次咧？即係總共加埋千幾蚊。但而家第一次咧？一次就搞掂㗎啦，可以。係啊，咁又唔貴喎。第一次跟住第二次。
我想問欺騙咩市民呢？今日呢個係一個哀追悼會、祈禱會，係真係一個實實在在嘅人士喺警民衝突中失去咗生命。咁我想問，即係平時我哋開 live，你哋出嚟講嘢，我可以唔嚟。但係今日呢啲日子，我希望你哋收斂下。當你哋如果真係有屋企人或者親朋戚友任何一個去世之後，有人同你講你哋喺度呃緊人，點解咧？我希望你哋唔同政見唔同，都係啦，唔好喺唔適合嘅時候講啲唔適合嘅嘢，大家互相啲嘢係。咁就啦，其實大家都聽到間唔中啦，係有人士喺度叫囂啦，其實就因為樓上天橋啦，一轉有新嘅馬會嚟嘅，今日星期三，但係其實係咯，其實都成晚啦，一開始咧到會我覺得情有可原，但係佢哋依家仲喺上邊，係就啦，見到啦，企喺停車場戒備嘅警員啦，都係旗幟非常之鬆懈啦。見到又係有一名比較想瞌眼瞓嘅警員。淨係今晚啦，希望大家應承我，唔好喺我段 live 度出現粗口啦，好唔好？因為今日始終係一個日子啦。 叫過嚟啊！我俾個架佢夾住啊！
唔使啊，唔使。
叫過嚟啊！叫位前邊，叫位咁樣舉你真會跛嘅，電話夾前邊啊！電話夾喺度，我夾喺度。拎住後邊，問一問，問到。問到到。我入唔到啊！好啦，啲啦，再過去。依家唔覺得人多啊？你等陣去食擺喺度。今日唔咗，今日我哋煮咗食到依家。好多台收晒啦，都話3、1、2，都話4，因為真係好冷酷，因為大家覺得即係都應該就快去到尾聲啦，但係我想講係10點鐘10點鐘先停啦。佢11點咯，好似喎。我好嘅時候，佢究竟係點樣對住棟樓舉紫旗咁？因為好似今日冇落旗手啊，冇落旗手啊，冇咩旗手，冇旗手落咗嚟。我冇見。
你話我咩啊？
我要講咩？
佢話我肥咗，我咪肥咗。
我冇講冇嘢。
佢話我咪肥咗，佢話我肥咗。
緊拉㗎。咁就啦，今日係未有見到有防暴，係有警員攞防暴槍啦、旗手等等落嚟，都係冇見到。真係嘅。
喂，做乜事啊？嗌交喎！你啲觀眾好似
上邊有話
係喎嗌交喎。
喂，嗰度。
咁好啦，現場就有架豬籠，再多一架係轉入去呢個上級巴士站。
星期2喎。
係啊，仲要紅一添喎。
點解紅㗎？唔知喎。紅日咯，邊度紅㗎？
家風我講嘅。
家風咧，其實好多紅日㗎。冇上咩片？
我使唔使改上？就算你要翻工，我都要改過，因為我嗰日放假應該。
唔係，佢仲點解我翻工，你會唔會等埋我一齊過去啊？
可以啊，梗係可以考慮下。
落咗車係鬼朋友。
咁好啦，可以見到現場已經有好多間media 已經係收咗，因為你個個都唔得啦。時間嚟講咧，都係繼續得唱呢個歌，所以可以做咯。即係好似個架豬籠咧，就係啱啱早前送嚟一架豬籠左右上得巴士站啦，上得巴士總站啦。咁一架豬籠喺屋企電影好嘅，咁但係可能如果身上有啲見到嘅嘢咧，大家就應該要
㗎，不嬲嗰條橋都有人攞車嚟行，係有啊。
嗰陣時呢度有單車，即係新橋。
跟住你戴翻口罩，多病菌啊，肺炎就爆啦。
真係㗎。
咁就啦，提下，咁就係咯，大家我唔知大家有冇留意啦？呢幾日開始爆發嘅跡象啦，咁就大家希望大家注意翻衞生啦，戴翻口罩啦，勤洗手啦，咁就大家希望大家身體健康。
有影喎。耶！可以見到後面有一架白色小巴10座嘅，一架豬肉肯定啲咁樣。上車啊！睇場
揾人，喺機上邊揾人，女住揾人。好似有金句咁樣，
3張2張，我哋再收工。第3篇錄過去，啱啱第14篇。最後幾篇嚟㗎？仲有應該嚟講係仲有2。
我由第1篇錄翻到。
都係啊，除非佢有第40篇，咁咧？唔係佢話20篇。
上網睇咪知咯，我都係真正咁讀嘅啫嘛。
死亡的承受攬住我。
咁我哋可以見到有喺度打地震，未製造都係擔嘅。咁我算唔算識咗佢？算得。哦，你啊，你去計3次，即係好啊！上德巴士總站嗰架豬肉咧，就而家開始有閃燈駛出，咁咧就暫時未知佢係向唐街嘅方向行啊，定係向單車徑，定係向鐵閘方向行嘅。咁當即係叉電嘅時候，再同大家講。有冇電啊？
Who had been detained since March 2019. Mohammed is one of many Americans President Trump's administration has worked tirelessly to get back home. And we thank Egypt for securing his release and his repatriation. But at the same time, we urge Egyptian officials to stop unwarranted harassment of U.S. citizens and their families. I want to start today with the Chinese Communist Party. As with all unelected communist regimes, Beijing fears its own people's free thinking more than any foreign foe. We were deeply troubled to learn this week that the CCP detained Xu Jianren for criticizing General Secretary Xi Jinping's repressive regime and the CCP's mishandling of the COVID-19 pandemic. He should be released. He was simply telling the truth. Released as soon as possible. I'll repeat a theme I've been Communist Party for months. As with all unelected communists, Beijing fears its own people's free thinking more than any about this virus. Now, hundreds of thousands of people all across the world are dead. We need the truth. We still need the truth. We need to open up. We need to engage in a serious way with scientists around the world. They're going to allow the WHO to come in. That's great. But he should be released as soon as possible. I'll repeat a theme I've been talking about for months. The CCP has an enormous credibility problem. They failed to tell the world the truth. Virus. And now hundreds of thousands of people all across the world are dead. We need the truth. We still need the truth. We need to open up. We need to engage in a serious way with scientists around the world. And they now say they're going to allow the WHO to come in. That's great. But the WHO to do its real work, we need to make sure the right people are there to engage in this investigation. And we need real answers, not perfunctory political solution. This is about science.
The American
Chinese Party needs to come clean with the world about this virus. It claimed for months that it reported the outbreak of the virus to the WHO. Now we know that's not true too. We know that the WHO's country office in China reported the outbreak only after it picked up a media statement on Municipal Health Commission. Again, Beijing described Xinjiang's internment camps as vocational training camps. New reports of forced abortions and sterilizations add to a body of evidence that contradicts that. And Beijing said that for 50 years, they'd give the people of Hong Kong a hide. And you all have seen what's happened after only 23 years. Empty promises made to the people of Hong Kong and to the world. Other companies should follow. I want to give kudos to Google, Facebook, and Twitter for refusing to surrender user data to the Hong Kong government. Other companies should follow them and do the same. We think that's the right course. Shout out to our Canadian friends as well. Canada has been response to Beijing's crackdown. We think that's the right course for the entire world. We're heartened to see, too, the United Kingdom have their vigorous debate now on the risk presented to the British from Huawei technology being in their systems. As FBI Director Day, Huawei is, quote, a serial intellectual property thief with a pattern and practice of disregarding both the rule of law and the rights of commend to Director Ray's entire speech. The time to watch. Lieutenant General Barr will deliver a set of remarks in the coming days, what will be the fourth in a series of remarks. I want to direct everyone also to a letter that Undersecretary Keith Grock drafted to CEO, boards of directors, trade groups, commercial and investment firms, alerting them to the CCP's use of slave labor in Xinjiang and providing them with a set of governance recommendations for how they should ensure that they are of this terrible practice. Last China item. The CCP recently filed Bhutan at a meeting of the Global Environmental Facility. From the mountain ranges of the Himalayas to the waters of Vietnam's exclusive zone to the Senkaku Island, Beijing has a pattern of instigating territorial disputes. The world shouldn't allow this bullying to take place, nor should it permit it to continue. To the Middle East. On Monday, Iraq tragically lost a patriot when Hisham al-Hashimi was brutally assassinated in front of his home in Baghdad. Dr. Hashimi devoted his life to a free and sovereign Iraq and gave voice to the aspirations of the Iraqi people. In the days leading up to his death, he was repeatedly threatened by Iran-backed armed groups, and the United States joins partner nations in assassination and call for the government of Iraq to bring to justice the perpetrators of this terrible crime and bring them swiftly to justice. In Syria, the actions of the Assad regime, Russia, and China to life-saving supplies, medicine, and food have a terrible humanitarian situation on the ground. Just yesterday, Russia and China once again vetoed action at the UN Security Council that would have maintained humanitarian action in Syrian communities. Over the last several months, Russia and the People's Republic of China have repeatedly abused their veto powers in the Council to support the Assad regime's strategy of starving its own people. They're clear. They believe there's no price to pay for their actions to the Security Council. They believe their partnership with the Assad regime will render political and economic benefits that outweigh any cost of conscience or moral. It's our job to increase those costs, document the human impact of these decisions, and use this example to remind the world of what these two regimes stand for. I also want to address the deteriorating oil storage vessel, the Saphir, that's floating off in the Red Sea. Some of you will remember, I've spoken about this before, I think. The tanker contains 4 times on Valdez disaster. If it ruptures, it will devastate the Red Sea ecosystem and disrupt key shipping lanes in the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandeb. A disaster like that could prevent desperately needed food aid from reaching a Yemeni population already in terror. The Houthis have blocked UN officials who need to board the vessel in order that they may do the work necessary to prevent massive environmental damage throughout the region. The Houthis must grant access before this ticking time bomb explodes. Speaking of the Houthis and bombs, last week, a United Nations report confirmed that the weapon shipments the United States interdicted back in November of 2019, and then again in February of this year, were of Iranian origin. You'll recall that Iranians denied it. The UN has now confirmed this. Iran is not abiding by the UN arms embargo restrictions that are due to expire in less than 4 months now. Now we've interdicted another shipment of weapons heading to the Houthis. On June 28th, U.S. and partner forces off the coast of Yemen with illicit cargo, including 200 RPGs, more than 1,700 AK rifles, 21 surface-to-air and land attack missiles, several anti-tank missiles, and other advanced weapons. And the Security Council must extend the arms to prevent further conflict in the region. No serious person can possibly believe Iran would use any weapon it receives for peaceful ends. Contrast the Islamic Republic of Iran's illegal gun running with America's work to help defend themselves. On Monday, under $7.5 billion worth of defense sales, from new rotorcraft capabilities for countries like Lithuania and Indonesia, forms for NATO ally France, to increased hacker platform for Argentina, the United States is meeting the high demand for our allies and partners for American gear to defend their nations. We're strengthening our security partnerships, building capacity, American manufacturing base. And now turning to Africa, we're making progress in helping Sudan transition to a more democratic and peaceful way of life. At the Sudan Partnership Conference back on, the United States announced it will provide $356.2 million to support the Sudan democratic transition, including more than $85 million in development assistance. And finally, I'll close here. As one of our expanding security relationship with the Republic of Cyprus, for the first time, the Department of International Military Education and training funding to that country contingent on congressional appropriations and our notification of Congress to enhance relationships with key regional partners to promote stability in the Eastern Mediterranean. Happy to take some questions.
Nadia, go ahead. Good morning, Mr. Secretary.
Nadia, hi.
You opposed the release of Mr. Qasim Tajuddin, although by the court decision. Does this hinder your effort to go after high-target financier of Hezbollah like Mr. Tajuddin? What does it say to the people who oppose Hezbollah and the people who are trying to give them support them financially? And in that regard, for the first time we hear Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of the group yesterday, saying that he welcomes U.S. assistance to the Lebanese government. Do you see that, although he said the U.S. is an enemy, but do you see this as some kind of dialogue with the U.S., considering that they released this, this person, Mr. Tajuddin?
Yeah. So we do everything to enforce the sanctions that we have put in place against terrorist figures, including those who have been designated under the Hezbollah designations. We've urged other countries to designate Hezbollah a terrorist organization, continue to believe that they present an enormous risk, and their behavior indicates that they are, in fact, a terrorist organization that is intent on causing harm to the West, and most in particular to our partner and ally in the region, Israel. Second, I didn't see the remarks that you described from Nasrallah. I did see him say the Iranian oil. That I saw. That would be unacceptable for them to do that. It would be sanctioned product for sure, and we'll do everything we can to make sure that continue to sell crude oil anywhere, including to Hezbollah in the region, so that that the resources that fund and underwrite the world's largest state-sponsored terror won't be made available to them because they were able crude oil product or some petroleum product to Hezbollah.
Sorry, just to follow up quickly, but many people will see the release of Mr. Tajuddin as a victory for Hezbollah, and they might be using it as that, and this is why he said we welcome any U.S. assistance and we don't mind it.
Yeah, there can be no mistake what the United States has done and will continue to do to put pressure on Hezbollah, and also to try and assist the people of Lebanon at building out a successful government. The other versus Lebanon's incredible struggle to conduct the reforms that are necessary to make sure that the Lebanese people who have been demanding a government that's not corrupt, that is engaged in the Lebanese people, that's our mission set. Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, and we are supportive of Lebanon. That's right, and they are not a proxy state for Iran in Lebanon. We have a very bad thing for the people throughout Lebanon, and we hope that doesn't happen.
Nick Schiffrin.
Good morning, Mr.
Hey,
Nick.
Nick.
Thank you very much. Can we do WHO and Iran, if I could?
Sure,
US,
give it a shot.
U.S. law mandates that the administration follow through on the financial pledges to the WHO withdrawal next year. Can you tell us how much the U.S. has paid of that, and whether you intend to follow through on the commitments? And Iran, what's the message Iranian leaders should draw from the explosion at Natanz? Do you believe it was accidental or deliberate?
I'm not going to talk about the second question. With respect to the first one, we provided notice yesterday to Capitol withdraw from the World Health Organization, something we had talked about, and we had communicated to Congress process that this was our intention. The President, we formally did that from the State Department yesterday, consistent with the President's guidance. We will work with Congress with respect to the appropriated funds. We'll get it right. But the President's made very clear, we are not going to underwrite an order that has historically been in complemental function. There's a real focus on the failures that took place around Wuhan and the World Health Organization's fundamental inability to perform its basic core mission of preventing a global pandemic spread. But don't forget the history. This is an institution that got it wrong on SARS, it got it wrong on Ebola, created its own system, PEPFAR, to do the work to prevent and come up with solutions to the HIV/AIDS problem. We did that. The United States did that. The World Health Organization has a long history of corruption and political. And it's not that it doesn't get some pieces of their program right. That's certainly true. But on balance, it has not been able to deliver on its core mission for decades. We tried, Nick, desperately. And we, in fact, got some reforms through back a handful of years ago. But the WHO leadership clearly has been to execute and implement them in a way that can prevent the kind of global pandemic that has destroyed hundreds of thousands of lives and cost the global economy trillions and trillions of dollars. That is not an organization that the administration has any intention of underwriting.
About Brazil, do you think President Jair Bolsonaro should change his approach to the virus now that he has tested positive? And also, when will U.S. allow people who enter the country? Is there a number of cases or deaths Brazil needs to reach in order to that?
So President Bolsonaro is perfectly capable to proceed with the health situation in his own country. I spoke with the Foreign Minister Raho yesterday about that and many other things with respect to our relationship. They're a great friend of ours. As for when we can get travel back open between our two countries, the relationship with Brazil is no different than any other country. We are putting in place a set of metrics that will determine when it's appropriate and safe for the American people to allow travel to come from other countries. We'll evaluate each country and make informed decisions based on science and politics. We're going to get this right. We're going to make sure that we do everything we can to get our economy back open just as quickly as we can. We have a big team here at State, we have a big team at Transportation, at DHS, Vice President's Task Force, all looking at this challenge. We want to get international travel back up and going just as quickly as we can. That includes with our great friends in South America, including Brazil.
Christian?
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. A couple of questions. COVID. Curious if we could get some updates on the negotiations to end the travel restrictions with the European Union. And then secondly, you said yesterday the administration TikTok. I'm curious how serious this ban consideration is. India banned it almost overnight with very little thought. And how's to go into effect?
So with respect to the conversations with the EU, we've actually made some progress thinking about how to do that. So it's unlikely to be the case that it'll be on and off. That is, we will attempt to put in some procedures and protocols that protect both citizens here in the United States from the spread, and it's a global challenge, and we want to make sure that the European citizens aren't impacted adversely by the West as well. Lots of people not only come from America, but transit through America to Europe, so we've got to deal with all the complexity that comes with it. But we've made some real progress, and now we need to draw that to a conclusion, and then there'll be a system to monitor and measure, make sure that we get the timing right and we get the toggle switches right. Both sides of the Atlantic want to get this back open. Both sides understand that our economies depend on it. The deep, important transatlantic relationship matters. These are two Western democracies that have a lot of good work to do together, and getting those nodes hooked back up and connected again is with respect to TikTok, I want to put it in the broader context. We have been engaged in a constant evaluation about ensuring that we protect the privacy of American citizens and their information as it transits. So this doesn't relate to any one particular business or company, but rather to America. And we are striving to get that light. The comments that I made about a particular company earlier this week fall in the context of us evaluating the threat from the Chinese Communist Party. We've talked about it in the context of ZTE. We've talked about it in the context of Huawei. And we are now evaluating each instance where we believe citizens' data that they have on their phones or in their system or in their health care. The Chinese Communist Party doesn't have a way to easily access that. And so what you'll see the administration do is take actions that preserve and protect that information and deny the Chinese Communist Party access to the private information that belongs to Americans. We have it's a big around the world where infrastructure crosses Chinese technology and then comes to the United States. So One should think about this of real scale and real importance. We must get this right. The infrastructure of this next 100 years must be a communications infrastructure that's based on a Western ideal of private and protection of private citizens' information in a transparent way. That is not the model that Chinese Communist Party software and hardware companies are engaged in.
Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. You know, to spare countries.
You look like you got a great question, just all over your face. I can just see it.
I try to bring some Midwest optimism.
Fantastic. Oh, that's awesome. Me too.
So, you know, disparate countries from Taiwan to Germany have managed to flatten the curve, but the U.S. has the highest number of cases of COVID in the world. The U.S. is a world leader on the pandemic, and just to put it directly, any way in the Natanz explosion?
Take your first question. Of course the U.S. remains the world leader in the pandemic. It almost goes without saying. And there are multiple dimensions, and I've talked about each of them, certainly the Vice President about them as well. But whether that is the technical scientific solutions, both to how to stop the spread, whether that's therapeutics or vaccines, its eyes to the best scientists and researchers and practitioners of the sciences that will ultimately bring resolution to this problem. It's the United States that the world looks to. Small countries, whether that's in Central Asia or in Africa, their eyes turn to the United States. It's not remotely close whose assistance to these nations to try and solve what are vexing problems in their countries with infrastructure. And so, yes, there is no doubt that the United States has been and will remain the world's leader when it comes to not only pandemic response, but global healthcare infrastructure systems and processes that take down the very risks that we described. It's good. We have friends and partners in this too. The Western democracies, that model is the one that is most likely to prevail and prevent this kind of thing from happening again. What we found in China is the Chinese Communist Party was simply incapable, and you see it with the arrest that incapable of being transparent, of accepting criticism, of allowing reporters to ask them questions that they find that elicit the truth and the facts. We still have significant questions about who patient zero was. We're now 6 months on at least from when this began. The Communist Party, that authoritarian model simply can't prevent the kind of inquiry, or has to prevent that kind of inquiry because they're afraid. They're afraid that the truth will be something that will not shine a happy light on what took place. And so instead they choose to hide and obfuscate and deny basic truth, basic scientific truths about what took place. This is a fun authoritarian regimes, and it's why the Chinese Communist Party has to be held accountable. And second, the explosion in Natanz, I don't have anything to add.
Do you think the Israelis were involved?
I just don't have any comment. Thanks.
Victor, go ahead.
Thank you. On the visit of the Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, the nation has been clear that they want this meeting to be only about trade and coronavirus. But I'd like to know if you will put on the table issues like the human rights or human trafficking with concerns on freedom of the press, for example. And if I may, I'd like to know the status of the merit and the need to upgrade or review the cooperation on anti-narcotics or Mexican officials in Mexico City.
Yeah. So it's the President's meeting. He'll put on the table precisely what he chooses to, and I'm sure President Obrador will do that as well. But I'm confident the meeting will talk about the full range of issues that we work on. Certainly the economic issues. We want to talk about our border, how we make sure that we keep that border, that commercial traffic up and successful. Very important American supply chains, Canadian supply chains that you can see come into full force under the U.S. I'm sure we get that right, and so I know they'll talk about that. I'm confident that the full range of issues, I'm sure we'll talk about expand beyond bilateral as well. Things in the hemisphere, right? What's taking place in Venezuela today, challenges that we find narcotics trafficking in both the Pacific and the Atlantic, places where Mexico can. I'm confident that the full range of issues you asked, you mentioned several others. I'm very confident that the discussion will be complete and comprehensive. I expect we'll have a good set of meetings with them today in the afternoon and evening at the working dinner as well. With that, I've got time for one more.
Lily, go ahead.
Thank you, Secretary. Following up on your remarks about Beijing's pattern of instigating boundary dispute with India, China's aggressive behavior against India, what is the situation? What is the assessment of the situation between India and China right now?
With Foreign Minister Jaishankar a number of times about this. The Chinese took incredibly aggressive action. The Indians have done their best to respond to that. I put this in the of General Secretary Xi Jinping and his behavior throughout the region and indeed throughout the world. It's possible to look at that particular instance, party aggression in isolation. I think you need to put it in the larger context. When I was up here once before, we talked about the number of both maritime and boundary disputes that the Chinese Communist Party has engaged in. I think it's unequaled in the world. There aren't many neighbors that can satisfactorily say that they know where their sovereignty ends and that the Chinese Communist Party will respect that sovereignty. That's certainly true now as well. This is what the world must come together to respond to. Seeing a revisionist effort that the Chinese Communist Party is engaged in is something that President Trump has taken incredibly seriously. The United States hadn't done that in previous administrations. We respond to this in a way that we think is appropriate, and we have attempted to communicate to the Chinese leadership that we are. This, when I say we, it's not just the United States. We will start very shortly a dialogue with our EU friends on how we collectively can respond to this challenge from the Chinese Communist Party, and I am confident. I'm confident that I think what's happened with the spread of this virus from Wuhan, China, I think the world has seen the true colors of the Chinese Communist Party, and I am convinced more than ever that the free peoples of the world will come. It's presented not only internally inside of China, but importantly that the General Secretary Xi has on the world is not peoples and democracy-loving peoples, and the world will come together to respond to that in a way that is powerful and important and will preserve sovereign nations operating under the rule of law in the way that we have all come accustomed to and benefits people all across the world. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to take off. Thanks, everybody. Have a good day.
saw really the international shortages of reagents. As I just explained, all the different steps that you need to do for doing the test, we weren't always able to get all these reagents to the countries. So that was really a challenge. Some countries though, and I come back to Iraq again because that's a country I'm quite familiar with, they were creative and inventive and practical, which was really good. Like for example, I remember I mentioned that tube where you put in the swab to bring it to the lab. They couldn't find it anymore commercially, and they didn't know where to get it. And what they decided to do is actually to make it themselves. So they made the tubes with the liquid and the swabs and sterilized it and make it proper, and they were able to distribute that across the country. So sometimes these kind of creative are really quite useful.
Thank you very much, Frank. Here's another question coming from Jessie on LinkedIn. She says, with little immunity on COVID-19, what is the value of antibody tests?
It's a very good question. I say that a lot, but all your questions are really quite good, so please keep them coming. The antibody tests, we really don't know how well these antibodies will neutralize for secondary infection, for example. These studies are still ongoing. We all know that the virus has only been out there and that we know of for 6 months. A lot has been done already, but still more needs to be done to really understand how this immunity fully works. But what you can do, for example, if you do these antibody tests, understanding of how the virus has spread in the community. Like, are there any particular populations or areas that are especially affected? But you can see afterwards, based on the antibodies that they have in the blood. So you can do some epidemiological studies or to see how the virus behaves and spreads.
Thank you, Frank. At the beginning, you mentioned your background is actually in virology. A bit more about the virus itself.
Okay. Yeah, my background is in virology. I'm trained as an HIV virologist, and I'm doing a lot of work that is now becoming very handy. COVID. So COVID is caused by a virus. It's called a coronavirus. Coronavirus, actually, if you put it on under a special microscope, like a circle with all sort of pins protruding from it, and it looks like a crown. So in Latin, crown is corona. So that's why they're called corona. So they look quite pretty under the microscope. There are actually 6 other coronaviruses that infect humans. You may have heard, for example, of SARS, the first SARS, so to say, by MERS, Middle East Respiratory Syndrome coronavirus that was spreading in the Middle East, and also a larger outbreak in Korea ago. So this SARS coronavirus 2 actually has its genome, or its DNA, or what codes for the virus, is about 30,000 letters. So those 30,000 letters are sort of the recipe for the virus to make another copy of itself. When it does that, so the virus, remember those spikes that are on it, they attach to a human cell. A virus is many times smaller than a human cell. And then it attaches, it enters, and then it takes over part of the mechanisms inside the cell, more copies of itself, the cell bursts and gets released, and then the virus spread again. So one of the important things that actually we need to know when we talk about SARS-CoV-2 is that when it replicates itself, when it copies itself, it has a unique feature. And the feature is called proofreading mechanism. So it's basically, when it makes a copy of itself, if it puts in the right letter. So if it makes a mistake, it takes it out and adds a new one in there. So then it doesn't always do that correctly, but many times it's able to do so. So that's why this virus is relatively stable so much. For example, if you compare it to influenza or HIV, it changes half as fast.
Cool, thank you. Thank you for explaining this very well. And with a virus mutating, can you tell us what does that mean? You mentioned that this virus, SARS-CoV-2, is pretty stable. But in general, what does it mean when we say virus is mutating?
I know every time I hear mutation and my friends and colleagues talk about mutations, it all sounds very scary, and it always reaches, causes sometimes a lot of panic. So we understand what mutations really mean. And I try more about changes because I like it a bit better. It sort of describes what's happening. So when, as I said, it makes another copy of itself, sometimes it makes an error. And even though many of these errors are corrected, there will always be some errors remaining. Now, because the virus has millions of opportunities in the current outbreak to test whether these new changes give it any benefit. So, for example, is it able to make more copies of itself faster? Is it able to make those protruding outside spike proteins better in order to attach to cells, and so on? So it's really important, the virus, how it changes, and also what difference cause in quote-unquote the behavior of the virus. How does it affect our vaccine development? How does it affect our therapeutics? And how does it affect the clinical manifestation? So all these things we need to keep in mind, monitoring that with a really large experts from all over the world. We are working very closely together to really understand what's going on with these viruses.
Thank you very much, Frank. This was really helpful and educational for all of us who are not deep. We're receiving a lot of good questions again about testing, so I would pass some of those. So first one coming from Mohammed Khan. Can we use any laboratory to do COVID-19 testing, or we need special infrastructure for that?
Yeah, this is a very good question, Mohammed, and thanks for asking it. The laboratories that are working on COVID depends on the type of test that you're doing. The regular test, like a molecular test that I just referred to see if you have an active infection, usually you need to have a pretty good setup, a professional setup to do that kind of testing. Really well-trained laboratory staff, very well equipped, so on. That can be both in the public sector, can be in the private sector, but we really need to make sure that what they are doing and the right result you can trust and actually work with.
Thank you, Frank. The next question, Manoy Goel. How do we ensure accuracy of the results from various private labs? Is there any kind of control and audit mechanism put in place by WHO or national health authorities?
Yeah, that's interesting, and I get that question quite regularly. And these kind of quality mechanisms generally come into play at national level. Even though many of these tests through mechanisms at WHO or external evaluations or national regulators, ideally we hope that people buy tests that we fully understand how they work and that their results are reliable. Unfortunately, it also happens that some of the tests that come on the market haven't been fully evaluated, and the results are not always as accurate. So as soon as we find out about that, we try to really work with the national authorities to no longer use that. It really depends on national authorities, local regulations, and how well they monitor the different types of tests that are on the market.
Thank you very much. Here is a next question from Detricia Coleman. How often shall people get tested, especially teachers who are being forced to go back into classrooms?
Right. That's another good question. Actually, it's a little bit beyond the scope of the type of work that I'm doing, because the work is more about what type of test, how to test, and how accurate are the results. But one thing that I can tell you, though, is that if you test for a virus negative 2 days ago, you still have that 2 days in between that you can get shot in time that tells you whether you're infected or not. So immediately after your infection. So this is quite a complex and complicated discussion. I don't think I would be the right time to go into depth right now.
We can always follow up in writing and our website for all the guidances that we produced this outbreak. Here is the next question coming from Atib Ahmad. Could testing capacity be decentralized to our communities, like in case of tuberculosis, for early detection and treatment at community level?
Yeah, that we are looking into, because a lot of the testing, as I mentioned, initially started at national level, and then slowly it trickled down to subnational level, and now we even try to get it to more remote settings as well, as best as possible. So there are different types of tests and equipment that you would use at those different levels. Like you can imagine when you're at national level, you have a large laboratory, you have a large instrument or device that can test many samples. When you go to like level below, you have a kind of device that can test not as many, but still quite accurate. But like a very rural area or like a Pacific Island country, sometimes it's not always possible to get such a lab set up there. So we're looking into options and possibilities that we can help countries there, possible with these new technologies that I mentioned earlier on in the session.
Thank you. Here's another question coming from Muhammad. What affect the accuracy of the COVID-19 test results?
Oh, so many can affect the quality of. It ranges all the way from how the test is produced, how the test is stored, how the test is, how the sample is to the test, how the quality of the sample. There's so many factors take place. We really scrutinize the device or the test itself, make sure that it works the way it should.
Thank you, Frank. So if the results fluctuate to negative or back, why is that happening? Do we know?
We see that not very often, but it does happen, especially when somebody has clinically recovered, and after recovery, we sometimes maybe even twice negative, and then all of a sudden there's not a request for a test, molecular test, and it pops back off positive. What could be the case, and we're still looking into what's really happening, is that just lingering on, or maybe not just the virus, the entire virus, or just pieces of it, just among the limit of detection. So there's a limit for each test, including the molecular test. So if you're fluctuating along that line, either it's positive or so it is possible, and we have seen it.
Thank you, Frank. And what happens if there are no tests? What should we do then?
Yeah, that's very efficient. When you have no test, then you really have to rely on your clinical manifestation, your travel history. You would have to work very closely with your doctor to really find out how you can get tested, if your specimen could possibly go somewhere else. But really then you really have to take the whole big picture into consideration to explain the different diseases that you have. Like, for example, maybe there's no test for COVID, but there is a test for malaria, or there is of dengue, just ruling out the possibilities and understanding the context.
Thank you very much, Frank. Before we close, would you tell viewers what are we doing as WHO as well to support countries to increase their testing capacities?
Yeah. When I say WHO, actually it's WHO together with all its partners and institutions. I mean, this is really a joint effort. We are working with so many international organizations, so many experts from so many laboratories all over the world, and we are doing a lot of stuff together. For example, we're trying to really get all the reagents, all the equipment to the right places, even hard to reach places like countries with fragile health systems. They also need to test. We provide guidance, we provide training, reagents, we have discussions with experts when something new arises, like for example the changes that we see in the virus, how do we deal with that? We evaluate assays together. So there's lots and lots of work going on. And I'm sitting here now at the headquarters level.
係騷擾人啦，用 WhatsApp 嘅情況，OK， 係錢解決到問題，即係叫人係俾錢，然後就唔會舉報你，就話係講到就唔會拉你咁嘅情況，即係其實好笑嘅呢樣嘢就係咯。咁啊第一啦，咁你其實你基本人係咪先，即係識分析㗎嘛？你係咪先？咩信息俾你？如果佢真係要舉報，你一早舉報咗啦，仲打咁多字係咪先？同你去講。第二，佢真係舉報你，佢唔會問你攞錢咯。 啱唔啱啊？呢啲常識嚟㗎嘛，大佬啊！第三，佢呢個一定係太空卡咯。OK， 佢唔會用個真實電話去聯絡你咯。所以大家明白呢樣嘢就係，即係世界上即係無奇不陸龜收冇陸龜啊，得藍龜，唔係即係得藍制服同埋制服啊，亦都係撤退晒嘅現場。大家去明白呢樣嘢啦，係咪先？即係你去呃人啊，喂大佬你都醒少少啦，大佬你根本就完全係。 即係唔 make sense 嘅所有嘢都係咪先？你又話人哋係港獨分子，就話如果你唔俾錢就要舉報你，拉你去坐監咁嘅情況。喂，大佬啊，2000年咁樣進化咧，其實啱唔啱啊？嗰日我前幾日就 po 咗張相出嚟嘅，就係 WhatsApp 對話咁啊，啲觀眾提供俾我嘅咁嘅情況，咁我唔知大家有冇收到啦。OK， 咁至去 WhatsApp 翻佢嘅。係啦，咁啊完全係冇迴響嘅，得翻一個 tick 嘅啫，可能個電話已經係停用咗㗎啦。OK， 同佢講話，喂，咁我可能係港獨分子喎，大佬要幾多錢啊？大佬俾個銀行戶口嚟，我要真嗰個喎，要你個名喎，大佬，因為我唔識用 PayMe 轉數快啲，諗住咁樣試探軍情，但係佢係好無奈地，佢嘅電話應該係停用咗嘅，唔知佢係乜水嚟嘅，冇辦法。話啦，騙徒嘅手法層出，而家即係今時今日人哋為咗錢可以，即係可以究竟可以去到幾盡啊？咁啊，大家多啲要留意下啦。咁我奉勸大家一句，咁啊遇到呢啲咁樣嘅不明來歷嘅人咧，最好你就真係封鎖佢啦。OK， 唔需要同佢講咁多，因為你講啲説話可能亦都係可能會俾佢 cap 低又好，然後幫佢改圖又好，乜都好，直情一句都唔需要打，直情封鎖佢，唔好理嗱。OK， 講真嘅。咩都唔好理，係啦，因為你打每一隻字，你講每一句説話咧，有機會係俾人偽造好多嘢㗎啦。咩都唔使理，封鎖佢得㗎啦。我教大家好簡單，唔需要理 ，OK， 唔需要理佢係咩人。佢真係要舉報你，就唔係叫舉報啊，大佬啊，啱唔啱啊嘛？係咪先？佢就拘捕你啦，係咪先？上門，如果佢有料，即係如果假設你真係犯咗事，係咪先？佢仲打咁多字咩？大佬啊，係咪先？醒少少啦，即係咁嘅情況，好嘛？美國同南非你搞唔掂，有冇啲拉斯維加斯啊，或者呢個喜馬拉雅山珠穆朗瑪峰嗰扎 friend 一打嚟，喂 hello， 認唔認得我啊？我就係想舉報你嗰個，我住珠穆朗瑪峰㗎。你嗰日啊上咗珠穆朗瑪峰未找數喎，條過夜數係咪咁樣啦？唔好玩啊，大佬啊！2000年我成日有陣時都諗唔明點解啲人可以咁弱智。OK， 即係你要呃人，你都諗過好少少嘅手段啦。OK。即係唔明嘅，有陣時有啲嘢就真係。嗱，我淨係識886同埋852同埋88唔知咩812好似。所以呢排多電話啊嘛，笑抽筋唔係嘛？阿師奶，建議大家嗰1萬蚊咧。收完之後快啲撳翻出嚟啊 ！OK， 撳現撳咪擺床下底又好，你擺個夾硬入邊又好，你擺個化妝盒入邊又好，乜都好啦 ！OK， 最好就撳翻出嚟啦。咁當然你可以唔撳啦，冇乜所謂嘅。OK， 係啦。咁啊，大家都知道早幾日啦，咁啊觀塘嗰日其實都講咗㗎啦。咁啊，國安法嘅細則條文亦都係出嚟㗎啦。咁啊，其實佢係唔需要合理懷疑嘅。如果佢覺得你係可疑嘅話，當佢拘捕咗之後咧，即係拘捕你之後，即係假設啦，我講緊。佢係不作通知之下，以後亦都係可以申請係即係充公你所有嘅財產嘅。所以你話究竟你啲錢擺銀行，以前就比較穩陣啲 ，OK。但係而家係咪啊嘛？閣下自己去衡量啦，呢樣嘢就 OK。我就唔識點樣去評論啦呢樣嘢 ，OK。886係台灣咩？我唔知，我淨係知852咯。852就一定係香港啦，係咯，就一定唔係台灣啦。就話886心願最好啊，別話3講4。若然情味不夠濃，擺喺個化，擺喺個爛化裝相度。呢個應該係粗口嚟嘅喎。OK， 雖然我唔係好知，但係應該我 feel 到應該係講嘅。唔係，我即係比較建議大家啫，阿 Jenny。OK， 咁你唔一定要真係撳晒出嚟㗎嘛，係咪先？你話如果撳晒出嚟一陣，你屋企火燭咁點算啊？即係假設啊 ，OK， 意外係咪先？咁當然你屋企應該就唔會火燭講嘅，係啊。但係嗰1萬蚊就你真係要睇下點樣利用。咁當然你唔用都得，係咪先？咁啊冇所謂嘅呢樣嘢就 OK。咁我自己就未攞嘅1萬蚊，因為我係表都未填嘅。OK， 我重申一次，我係未攞嘅1萬蚊。所以有啲觀眾問：喂，攞咗1萬蚊未？攞咗1萬蚊未？我就我未填表啊，因為我就係選擇去呢個郵政係攞啊。我填表我係出呢個支票嘅。我自己覺得比較穩陣啲。大家嘅關心，我係未攞嘅嗰1萬蚊，重複一次。我就係選擇去等到7月，唔記得好似7月21號 係啦，咁我就會去郵政局攞張叫抬頭支票啊，即係叫申請啦，唔係攞啊 ，sorry。OK， 咁啊可能8月幾先有啊嗰1萬蚊，就係咁嘅情況。唔係銀行方面，仲要睇下你邊間銀行咯。OK， 咁啊有啲銀行又比較即係比較契少少嘅，何謂契少少？即係契弟少少。OK， 咁啊有啲銀行就比較叫做中肯少少、中立少少咁嘅情況。我開咗 Citibank 未？我冇時間去做呢樣嘢，因為 OK 等錢使嘅人。咁啊，如果你係冇你辦法嘅，我話俾你聽，冇一個人係即係嫌錢聲。好老實講 ，OK， 你話等唔等錢使？你等錢使又唔需要日日同你講嘅，我自己覺得啱唔啱啊？間唔中覺得咯，咪夠咯。日日同人講，係咪先？冇計㗎。開 Citibank 有咩好啊？呢個問題應該問緊另外一個觀眾，我就答你唔到。OK， 但係我自己就好似係用係做銀行。OK， 咁啊，我自己就唔係好清楚。聽講佢就話唔知點樣申請個戶口又係多1000蚊定多1500蚊。我呢啲我就唔知係咪呃人啊，所以我就同唔到大家講。嗱，網上係有啲鋪係咁講㗎，即係你話係你喺嗰個銀行度申請開個戶口，然後用嗰個銀行去就可能會多1000蚊定乜乜乜。即係我自己覺得就睇你係咪真係咁有需要咯。你話真係喂多1000蚊咁你咪去申請咯。咁你話唔係嘅咁咪咩咯？用翻自己嘅戶口咯。OK， 而家已經可以去攞 form 交 form， 但係佢好似話要跟嘛，唔係咩？出生年份啊嘛，因為我自己就冇嗱，好老實講，我冇乜點睇喎呢啲嘢，係啊，所以可能你講得啱，我覺得嗰陣時揦眼睇，好似話要跟呢個出生年份㗎嘛。OK， 佢話咩1950幾年先㗎嘛，即係去郵政局攞 form。咁我當然唔係1950幾年啦，因為我2000年嘅。OK， 咁我就千禧年嘅，我就2000年出世嘅，而家就2020就20歲，所以我應該就排到好後咁嘅情況。OK。咁啊，大家唔好誤會啊！我絕對唔係咩1970幾、8幾、9幾嗰啲㗎。OK， 我就千禧年抽獎添，寶藥黨虛擬銀行多1000，好似係啊振宇。所以我之前就睇個 post， 好似話唔知係，總之你係喺邊間唔知邊間銀行申請佢嘅戶口啦，叫做 OK， 然後用戶口度收個政府嗰1萬蚊定係唔知點樣啦，擺啲錢喺入邊就會多少少錢。係咯，要跟年份啊嘛，我記得係阿 Yuki 咧，你講得冇錯，因為我嗰陣時立下眼睇過啦。嗱，我出生嘅年份咧，我應該係2046年先攞到1萬蚊，因為我就比較後生。OK， 咁啊，大家要記住呢個 point。OK， 我就唔係咩70後、80後、90後，我2000後。OK。車喺嗰度。網上唔使分，交紙要排年齡，我要交紙啊，係啊，唔係黐咗啲膠紙啊，係啊，即係交表啊，表格嗰隻膠紙。老吹又話300磅，我話俾你聽，我從來咁多個月以嚟，由我第一日開直播到今時今日呢1秒，大家睇緊呢個直播，我冇講過我個人係300磅噶，我從來冇講過啊，我係講緊我300磅，但係可能係講緊係我個背囊200磅，我個人100磅。我見到上面啲廢佬係咁喺度嗌上啦，咁一出閘嘅時候上啦上啦上啦，衝啊殺啊殺啊殺，大家聽到好多人喺度叫啊！咁啊喺度賭緊馬喺上面，搞唔撚掂啊 ！OK， 我話唔好理佢啊。Hi， 幾好嘛 ？Hello，Hi，Hi， 唔阻啊唔阻啊，可以一齊講啊。咩情況啊？哇！咁我哋使唔使咩啊？使唔使幫你借一借個鏡頭 ？OK， 有心啦有。咁啊，有觀眾殺到啊，3個，咁啊唔費事影到佢樣，咁啊影住馬路先。OK， 影住馬路先啊，佢喺後邊啊，咁啊兩女一男嘅觀眾啊，咁啊費事影到佢個樣啊，咁啊擺仔緊，嚇死我，冇啦同我講 hello， 呢個女仔係咪先？哇！我從來都冇講過自己300磅啊！啱唔啱啊？嗰個唔代表你嗰個年代啊嘛，啱唔啱啊？我夠識好多50、60歲識唱兒歌啦，唔通佢係扮老咩？係咪先？唔會啊嘛，即係大家會明白嘅。識唱老歌就唔代表佢係嗰個年紀嘅。我重申一次，大把啲阿叔叔、阿婆婆、公公、伯伯，佢夠識唱兒歌、閃電傳真機啊， 啱啱啊？個識唱比卡超嗰啲 friend 啦，數碼暴龍嗰啲識唱添嘛，係咪先？唔關個年代事，根本就係講緊嗰首歌嘅歌詞觸唔觸動到你嘅人心，觸動到你，就算幾多年代都好，首歌就係咁好聽，就係咁好聽，觸動到你就係觸動到你。OK， 咁啊好多觀眾成日都話：喂唔係我哋仲喺度扮後生，咁你要咁講我都真係冇辦法嘅，咁又啱唔啱先？係咯。咪解釋咗啦 ，OK， 明唔明就閣下嘅事啦 ，OK。講啫嘛，大佬邊個唔識講嘅係咪先？你哋吹得仲勁過我啦，有陣時大家都喺度話，喂直播有陣時吹都幾吹得下喎。咁你都要睇下咩類型嘅觀眾㗎，係咪先？你哋咁吹得冇理由係咪先？我輸蝕㗎嘛。佢睇下個對手如何㗎，唔係呢啲對手啊 ，OK， 即係你哋呢啲啊 ，OK， 咁你都要夠翻咁上下，係咪先？即係個觀眾啊，個質素啊，個主持人個轉數先可以咁快嘅，大佬。你話如果你哋唔係嘅，你哋係刷下嗰啲，咁你個主持人就刷下㗎啦，咁㗎評述，啱唔啱啊？即係睇下個情況咯，好老實講啊，啱唔啱先？你話你啲全部 pit 嗰啲 feel 嘅，如果你哋啲觀眾係咪先？咁我就係嗰啲 David 啊嗰啲 friend 嚟㗎啦。唔好用 David 呢個字 ，David 好多觀眾叫 David，用另外一個可能係Samson 啊、Susan 嗰啲 friend 啊 ，OK 出事真係出事，唐先生把手啊！Hello， 江河通見到現場有好多嘅市民啊，仍然係拜祭緊㗎。咁啊點緊蠟燭㗎？咁啊試下唔好影到佢個樣咧，影下少少俾大家睇。嗱，大佢樣，嗱，俾隻腳你哋睇下。OK， 我費事影到啲女觀眾個樣。阿莊嗰啲係嘛？我冇講啊，你講啊咋 ，Vivian。OK， 你講啊咋，我冇講啊。叫阿莊嗰啲通常都 OK 㗎，都昂藏7尺㗎。咁啊46寸腹肌嗰啲 friend 嚟㗎。又東方紅，又東方紅啊，毛澤東啊，咁啊嗰啲 friend 係嘛？
你夠唔夠口罩？
我夠呢個講係嘛？我睇錯，我以為有香港嗰個 logo。你打邊個嚟㗎？係啊。我有。
口罩係咪夠㗎？
呢個係藍色。OK 嘅，你夠唔夠啊？
我再問。
多謝你。你係咪過嚟咩㗎？
我轉咗。
如果你答我係特登過嚟，好開心。
唔係，我特登 hold 住你喺度，過嚟揾你。
係咪㗎？係。好快，多謝你啊！咁啊，多謝啱啱嗰位觀眾啊！咁啊，佢住呢度嘅應該就俾咗呢個樂天熊仔餅啊！咁啊，另外嗰3位觀眾亦都係悼念完啦，咁啊亦都係準備離開啲啦。咁我就嗱眼見呢啲守護香港亦都係走晒㗎啦。又輕佻咩輕佻？唔係好明呢句説話係咩意思？講下笑唔識刀滿場，使唔使咁介懷？即係咩意思？你哋同我唔係好明。眾安銀行回贈1000電子優惠券啊！代理獻1支花，我嚟嘅時候已經獻咗3支花啦。你都有嘅，放心。有冇黃道金花店推介？想訂束花去喪禮？冇，不過可以幫你問下。OK， 因為我啲觀眾就各式各類、各行各業都有，所以你話開花店嗰啲觀眾應該都有嘅。 我唔係話唔影人，我只不過唔想影到個觀眾嘅，係啦，因為佢啱啱都唔係好想我影到佢，係啦，咁啊呢啲就唔係我嘅 ，OK 呢啲擺到明係媒體記者嚟嘅 ，OK， 我唔係唔影啊，我只不過唔想影到我嗰啲觀眾㗎 ，OK。啱啱諗起個口罩係白色，係咪就係你啱啱？寶儀啱啱俾口罩嗰個係咪你啊？眾安定大眾搞唔掂，實惠啊！哦，一睇個頭像應該知嘅，真係好似樣。多謝你啊，阿寶儀。再見，拜拜，辛苦晒。千祈唔好影你啊嘛，點影到你啊，大佬啊！我唔識游水啊，係咪先？嗰個問阿思思，你啱啱嗰個問題就咩嘅，我就唔清楚。OK， 幫你問一問。OK， 因為我自己就好少買花嘅。你話可能要係嗰啲黃到金嗰啲就可以。打錯咗啲字，你話咩？平時講下笑，唔使咁滿場，使咁介懷，都唔係好明你講乜，不過唔緊要，我相信你唔緊要，我其實冇相信你都係咩咯 ？OK， 完啊 OK， 出咗嚟後邊 OK， 後邊係嘛？即係講對面係嘛？我企晒喺度喎。我見到我一馬當先啦，咁呢度幾多個咧？1、2、3、4、5、6、7個。嗱，見到嗱應該就啲行家應該曬工啦，我得翻我一個嘅應該。我見到佢就企晒喺對面啦。拜拜，多謝你，小心啲啊！我相信佢唔會過嚟驅散㗎啦，佢就係想睇下你哋幾時走嘅啫。佢唔好企到9萬丈遠。我見到其實一架嗰啲地獄戰車都冇㗎。係咯，應該得翻我一個台嘅，其他啲。而家喺對面海啊，見到一紮。Fat B Wing Wing 你好啊，見到你入咗嚟啊，唔好扮嘢啊，雖然你冇留言。Mona hello， 多謝你啊，寶儀啱啱，多謝你啊，多謝你。我好勇敢係咩意思啊？男人嚟啊嘛，梗係勇啦，大佬啊！如果我係一個女記者嘅話，我相信真係會好勇敢。如果我係一個女記者，然後你就會好擔心我嘅安危。唔好行，你知㗎啦，人哋睇台一見到有女記者，即刻暈晒浪㗎嘛啲觀眾。喂，小心啲，唔好行咁前，唔好行咁前，快啲！喂，唔好着裙，唔好着裙啊，着褲咁樣樣㗎嘛，你哋咁扮嘢啦。OK， 好彩我唔係女仔啫，我男仔嚟啊。咁啊，男同女其實做記者都係真係有個差距，有個分別喺度。講真嘅，一個女記者是但開台咧，都500-600人睇嘅，是但喎，真係亂咁嚟嘅都500-600人嘅，基本上都 OK。無奈地，我唔係一個女記者啦 OK。咁啊，如果唔係嘅話，咁啊，大家一定係日日喺度好撚關心我。誒，俾個電話我，係咪先？其實你就扮晒想問我攞電話啫，係咪先？因為我係女啊嘛，唔好以為我唔知啊，你哋係咪先？攏嘢。OK， 又唔見人問話嘅，因為我唔係女啊嘛，大佬啊！咁啊見到一眾嘅守護香港係鍥而不捨咁啊上翻地獄戰車嘅，咁啊應該就冇乜特別咁嘅情況，係咪先？即係如果我係女嘅話，小心啲，喂唔好行咁前啊！喂唔好行咁前啊！喂小心啊！小心啊！我交報，喂有冇整親？有冇整親？你哋一定係撚咁使啦，係咪先？一睇個直播，咁啊冇計啊，係咪先？喂男同女嘅分別就係咁樣，我亦都係冇得係。即係冇得怨嘅呢樣嘢，係咪先？我變女仔都幾晒嗰張相啊，嗰個 app 啊 ，Face app 啊，屌你應屆港姐咁嘅款啊，大佬啊！ 一出嚟嗰啲女仲有得企嘅，行開以邊個選非洲小姐啦，啱唔啱啊？我呢啲真係撈嘢㗎嘛，大佬啊 ！OK， 咁啊，見到佢應該撤退啦，落完地之後 ，OK， 叫 Mary 出嚟啊嘛，我應該差唔多走啦，原來。如果我係女記者啊，俾人噴胡椒噴霧啊，勁多人心痛死，衝出嚟啊，鳩衝出嚟 ，OK， 拎定晒啲架撐出嚟 ，OK， 你同我出嚟 ，OK， 同我死過，女啊嘛，係咪先？喂，如果我係女記者，40寸長隊，你仲舐晒你，係咪先？你呢班男觀眾啱唔啱啊？扮嘢啦！陳小五你好啊，多謝你收睇啊！我一開聲都大把人出現，唔同嘅 Fabi Wing Wing 係咪先？如果我係女記者，係咪先？阿爾卑斯山嗰啲泉水咧，嗰啲溪流嗰啲水，溪水啦，俗稱 OK， 都可以搬幾桶過嚟添啊！如果我一話口渴，點解啊？咁啊當然唔係，即係女還女都有翻幾分知識㗎。咁我相信如果我係女記者嘅話，都應該有幾分知識。今日上世有冇手足出事啊？冇人受傷，冇人被捕啊！May Ling，放心啊，即搞唔撚掂。放心啊 ，May Ling 冇事。咁啊，見到我亦都係撤退咗嘅。咁啊，而家時間已經嚟到晚上嘅11點12分啦。咁我最後留守多最後10分鐘。Hello 你好，係幾好嘛？啊咁都認得我。你係咪好睇我直播啊？
第一次見你真人。
第一次見我真人，有冇令你失望先？走晒啦！見到上晒車，佢上晒車走晒。多謝你，多謝你，多謝你，拜拜，小心，冇令你失望啊嘛。好啊，絕對 OK。絕對 OK。咁啊，多謝呢位女觀眾 ，OK。咁啊，佢話終於見到我真人，然後我梗係鍥而不捨咁彈翻句説話出嚟。喂，有冇令你失望先？我絕對 OK， 都唔知係咪氹我。咁啊，多謝呢位女觀眾 ，OK。佢已經係撤退咗嘅。我唔係着粉紅色褲啊。好開心，佢話冇啊，超水準添，即係識氹人嘅而家啲人，驚動我，驚動啲咩啊？鄭秀文咩？不要驚動愛情。啱啱見完我，啱啱嗰個係咪你啊 ？Angela 係咪兩女一男嗰個 Angela？我咁問叫人點答啊？都要問㗎，係咪先？見到有架列車係經過咗啊！其實佢係兜緊圈啫，見到佢 OK， 咁啊不斷喺度兜圈啊！嗱，相信佢就唔會行近呢個位置嘅，除非你話無啦啦夜晚聚集咁嘅情況啦。咁我相信呢個情況應該都好難，真係好難會出現。OK， 咁我見到熱褲Sir Won Chan 咧不斷鍥而不捨咁喺度打緊字啊。OK， 咁啊〜煮嗰個月球表面嘅粥啦，叫做 OK， 咁啊非常之出色。佢疑似係一個炒烏冬，但係應該係炒出前一丁咁嘅情況。OK， 就唔好以為我直播唔會講係啦，咁啊如實作答嘅啫。OK， 即係你煮粥煮到好似食球咁，其實都係好經典嘅，其實即係唔簡單咯。OK， 咁啊應該都係嗰啲3星級酒店應有嘅水準嚟嘅。OK， 咁啊非常之出色啊！熱褲 Sir 王 OK 嘅廚藝啊 OK。咁啊，都係要讚一讚嘅喺呢個直播入邊，真係搞唔撚掂。OK， Angela， 你多謝 Angela。OK， 多謝。係，咁我知啦。原來搞錯咗添啱啱。我點解你笑得咁開心嘅？啊，係咪冇諗過會喺直播度爆你大鑊咧 ？OK， 話俾你聽，番茄蛋嗰樣嘢咧，個鑊有少少問題。OK， 即係你煮飯煮得唔好，一定係飯煲有問題。拜拜，多謝你啊，我會記得㗎，我會記得㗎啦。 係啊。
我係你觀眾嚟㗎，不過好少出聲。
唔緊要唔緊要，多謝你支持。喂，啲真嘢唔好攞出嚟講啊，大佬啊，係咪先？帶你去火星煮餸啊，買餸。二羅羅你好。咁啊，見到陸續都仲係有市民喺度拜祭緊㗎。咁啊，點下蠟燭啦，獻下花咁嘅情況。嗰煲米咧，話俾你聽咧，佢就失戀，係啦，啲米係啦。咁啊，心情唔好，所以煲極都咁撚硬，係啦。咁啊，個飯煲已經係抌咗㗎啦。咁啊，拎咗去堆填區㗎啦，基本上就我哋嬲嬲地真係。因為我就唔係買嗰啲超級市場一袋袋嗰啲米嘅，我就係喺雜貨鋪買即係10零蚊嗰啲，因為食唔晒啊嘛。OK， 咁我個飯煲亦都係喺堆填區㗎啦，咁啊嬲嬲地，係啊，掉撚咗啦飯煲，不宜久留啊。OK 個飯煲。願我會揸火箭帶你到天去，在太空中兩人住，活到1000到一般心碎，有你在身邊吹。好似出條嘢啊！我有啲好出色㗎，即係硬到拳頭咁樣嘅牛扒，食過未？即係你咬一啖個牛扒咧，係甩咗幾隻門牙咁嘅情況。OK， 咁你食過未啊？散裝米係，的確係散裝米。你個雜貨鋪咪有得買嘅，即係你唔使係幾 kg 咁買咯，喺百佳。OK，CCH 嚟。火燭，你咁講你又唔啱啦 ，Vida。學界小廚神啊，大佬啊 ！OK， 咁啊邊間學校啊，梗係唔同你講啦，大佬。講完出嚟嘅話，仲得掂啊，大佬。啲6星級啲酒店實請我過去做廚師啦，咁我唔使撈啦，我想做記者啊，大佬。所以我係唔會同你講邊間學校。冇錯冇錯，阿清呢？咁啊，我相信現場嘅情況都大概係咁多啦。OK， 我食咗飯未？未。阿 Sammy 去帶我去火星買餸包，我有意外驚喜，帶埋你老公去喎，記得。OK， 我冇去學界廚王，梗係會啦，佩玲。一講出嚟仲得掂，仲使撈嘅大佬啊，係咪先？全部嗰啲高級嗰啲酒店啊，全部真係請我翻去查。咁我話好忙，係咪先？真係未見過間學校咁多嘢學係嘛？啊，好串啊！話真 T OK 喎，欣賞你。男人識住人嘅，就唔使下下靠女人，啱唔啱啊？今個月係7成1週嚟講冇錯，係啊，咁啊元朗見啦 OK。眨下眼有1個月啦。IKS 餐飲學校，國安法之下有幾多人出嚟？會出嚟啊，始終會出嚟。唔會出嚟嘅話，你叫佢都唔會出嚟，拉佢都唔會出嚟。OK， 家傑你好。話俾你聽，你真係唔炒蛋呢啲係好細閪嘢，大佬。你真係要好出色先可以係控制到番茄同蛋嘅比例。OK， 咁啊，當然呢啲咁嘅竅門，我唔會喺直播入邊教大家啦。我學有所成嘅話，咪飛得雞毛係咪先？我仲使碌嘅出嚟。OK， 我梗係收埋埋啦。用去下。多謝你嘅關心啊！我冇事啊，多謝你，多謝你。 話俾你聽，一個人識啲咩咧，唔使日日同人講嘅，你要俾人慢慢發。即係好似一個女仔，你有啲咩優點，你唔使日日同人講。OK， 實有人會睇到你優點，男人都一樣。OK， 唔好日日同人講話你42寸胸肌、42寸乜乜乜、42寸乜乜乜，俾人自己去了解下、發掘下。OK， 唔使下下提嘅呢樣嘢。OK， 番茄炒蛋要好食唔易啊嘛，係啊，好耐冇見喎 ，Bobo Chan、Queenie，Hello。我識 gel 頭，唔係人都識㗎 gel 頭。你而家啲幼稚園啊、小學1年級嗰啲男仔啊、學生啊、小學生啊都識 gel 頭㗎啦，立到站咁啊個頭，大佬啊，係咪先？雞冠頭啊嘛，嗰啲又唔使學嘅嗰啲，因為你個老豆咧係型嘅話咧，你個仔一定型。你個老豆係即係 Peter 嗰啲咧，就一定係 Peter 咁樣嘅嗰啲髮型，你明唔明啊？嗰啲係啲名係型啲嘅，即係好似 YKS 咁嗰啲，就個仔可能就係 YKS 咁樣，上得有小反檔。唔係，我真係諗唔到有啲咩名係可以係咩，都真係冇辦法。阿玲你好啊，好耐冇見阿玲，碧咸咯。係咪先？奧斯爾都幾型㗎，我覺得阿仙奴奧斯爾唔錯啊，柏金咯，我中意龍格堡㗎，但係不過龍係咪先？潮巴就有潮仔阿 Winnie， 即係我好心水一樣嘢就係你嘅父母如何，你嘅子女定必如何，係咪先？你話你個父母係真係天生麗質嘅，係真係天生麗質嘅。咁啊，當然有好多就係後天培養啦。OK， 我老豆都真係幾型㗎 ，Betty， 你講冇幾型㗎？琴晚我唔有開 live， 即係咩意思啊？咩叫不男不女女朋友？你係咪講緊嗰個戇鳩仔女限定嗰個 Mandy 蒸水蛋嗰個男人啊？即係戴假髮嗰個啊 ？OK， 減撚啲你唔好再講佢喎，大佬未食飯喂。咁啊已經冇睇過一次佢直播之後，已經冇再睇㗎啦。即係作為一個觀眾嘅角度嚟睇，真係搞唔掂啊！大佬蒸水蛋可以係蒸到咁樣嘅程度啊 ！OK， 係啊，奧斯爾係幾型，冇錯。係啊 ，Yes Mandy 啊，即係嗰個蒸水蛋嗰個戴假髮嗰個肥仔啊嘛，紅人嚟喎，佢開個 live 都有百零人睇喎，搞唔掂喎，夜媽媽去蒸水蛋。OK， 邊個教你玩啊，大佬？幾押韻喎呢句？夜媽媽蒸水蛋，邊個教你玩？我啲幽默感係遺傳喺邊個？咁事即係我覺得做人最緊要係識溝通咯，同對住咩人係要用咩口吻咯，同埋嘅方法咯。OK， 即係唔係話虛偽？即係我覺得呢樣嘢係做人最基本必須要係學嘅一樣嘢。你唔可以用一個樣去對住全世界，亦都唔可以用一種心情。因為點解？譬如可能你今日心情唔好。你唔係對住個個嘛？你唔係即係你心情唔好，可能係因為一個人，但係其他人無辜啊嘛。你唔可以因為你唔好，然後你又將樣嘢發泄喺其他人身上啊嘛。我覺得呢樣嘢就真係需要學習嘅呢樣嘢。琴晚去煮烏冬，我唔想知啊 ，Trinity 搞緊點？睇嚟你好似係佢 fans 喎，大佬。咁啊，我唔想知啊，我唔想諗個畫面。好耐冇睇我煮餸。廚房裝修緊啦 ，Bobo Chan。咁啊，見到啊鄭婆婆仲喺度整蠟燭啊！琴晚露鏈，喂，我唔想知，喂，你唔好再講，喂，大佬啊 ，OK， 可唔可以咁出色嗰啲，唔好再喺個直播度講啊，喂，我唔係佢 fans 啊，喂。蘇怡你好啊，都唔係好耐啫，銅鑼灣到而家咯，我都未嬲完你啊，大佬，係咪先？嗰日我當官火，又唔衝嚟救我，仲喺度影相，搞唔撚掂。Freedom，hello。
轉來轉去轉香港嗰啲咧，唔會出嚟嘅，好可憐。
辛苦你啦。
少人啊，啲蠢阿婆啊嘛。
唉，蠢咩啊？你嘅付出比好多香港人都更加多。
唔係，佢哋可以付出嘅話，可以付出比我快，係靠你啲成年人㗎啦。
咁啊，見到啱啱阿謝婆婆喺我隔離就講咗幾句啦，就話可能有啲後生仔今日同佢講話唔敢出嚟啊，太早啊，可能要夜少少，因為太多即係太多警察喺度，咁啊亦都係冇乜用嘅，係啦，咁啊我都同佢講咗，咁啊多謝佢啦，係啦，咁啊OK，咁啊鄭婆婆都係有心，係啊，你見佢亦都係冇乜點樣去計較過付出啲乜嘢，亦都係每次都會係喺現場見到佢，係咯，多謝佢亦都係，係好有心啊！阿雍佢，所以我都係安慰咗佢幾句説話。未走啊 Mandy， 啱啱走2句。咁啊，我多啦，應該都係咯，11點半啦都。咁啊，見到附近咧都冇晒警察㗎啦。OK， 同大家去睇睇啊。OK， 咁啊現場都得翻幾個啫，我應該差唔多啦，要收台啦。咁啊，視晚嘅其實周梓樂同學就應該差唔多啦。咁啊，希望大家都清楚一樣嘢，就係發生咗嘅嘢就係發生咗。OK， 唔理你過咗幾個月都好，係唔係？即係咪每個月嘅8號都好，咁啊真相始終係會出現嘅，咁啊但係唔知幾時，咁啊香港人都唔好灰心啊。OK， 咁啊都真係差唔多啦。咁啊，是日嘅祈禱悼念嘅活動係冇任何人受傷，亦都係冇任何人被拘捕㗎。重複一次，係咯。咁啊，大家亦都可以係放心同埋早啲去休息啦。咁啊，時間都夜啦。OK， 咁我就應該差唔多啦，要撤退啦。開多啲 live 啊！有冇時間咯？因為始終係即係大家都明白一句説話就係牌要比較處理多少少係手足嘅事啦，即係可能係翻唔到屋企啊，或者係要跟進下啲被捕人士嘅 case 啦。因為其實翻到屋企都我每日都係瞓幾個鐘嘅，基本上同埋瞓唔着啦。呢排都因為我有諗過係食安眠藥嘅，咁但係好似食得多唔係咁好，所以都係臨天光，所以大家成日都會見到係即係我晏晝至傍晚或者係黃昏嘅時候，我先會出現嘅，因為我先醒係啦。咁啊，當然你話如果朝頭早好早有真係叫香港人嘅活動啦，因為我呢排都係臨天光先瞓得着，因為都真係失眠，冇辦法係咯。咁啊，其實大家睇到我嘅時間個順序都知㗎啦。你會見3點打後，晏晝3點打後先會出到即係出 post 啊嗰啲嘅，係啱啱瞓醒係咯。卡文你好啊，卡文。會平安翻屋企啊！思多謝你。OK， 咁啊，多謝大家一路以嚟嘅支持啦。過富康食嘢，富康喺邊度？富康花園啊。PN， 原來你有睇直播，我成日以為你冇睇直播添。唔使多謝我。係咯，咁啊冇計啊，失眠都。咁啊睇下盡可能，如果屋企冇乜嘢特別嘢搞嘅話，睇下可以開多啲叫做即係可能同大家去。叫做傾下偈啊，抒發下嘅所謂嘅叫做傾偈嘅直播啦，因為呢排都真係冇，完全冇，會多少少嘅，一個禮拜起碼最少1次，但係呢排都真係冇，真係冇，係咯，咁啊唔緊要，咁啊順喺呢個黎明嚟到嘅時候咧，呢個黑暗係真係非常之黑嘅 ，OK， 咁啊大家都知嘅啦，咁啊唔緊要，加油啦，咁我就撤退啦，多謝大家，好嘛？再見啦！希望下一個直播亦都見到啊！多謝你啱啱啊 Angela， 多謝你。食咗少少啱啱啊卡文，我食咗一個好食嘅雞飯咯。係咯，咁啊再見啦咁多位，希望下次直播亦都會見到你。再見啦，拜拜，多謝，拜拜。
already taken. But I'm interested in knowing more what decisions you have yet to take in terms of the recovery. Can you explain to Canadians and stimulus that might be needed on the other side of this is going to be different, or how it will be different than it was during the last recession, please?
Well, I think obviously this recession is very different from the last recession. The challenge our economy are facing are linked to a public health emergency, a pandemic that has very, very different impacts on the economy than previous challenges faced over the past decades. That's why we're very much focused on in place, on supporting Canadians so that they can make it through and protect their loved, protect our frontline workers, and protect our vulnerable populations by giving them the support they need over these past months. That's what we chose to do. We're beginning to see the economy restart. And before we get into the full recovery and how we build back better, we need to make sure we are managing through the transition towards restarting. There are many Canadians getting back to work these weeks. There are many others in a position where they can't find jobs. That's what we're very much focused on right now, because we're still very much in an urgent phase of this pandemic and this crisis.
Following up, Rosie?
Well, if I can just follow up, one of the things that expose the most vulnerable in our society and the broad inequities that exist. How do you think the economy is different in order to address some of those vulnerabilities and help those who have been most hurt by this?
I think there are going to be really important discussions and indeed political debates about that and about what our economy looks like for the coming years in the coming months. But I can tell you that from the very beginning, we focused on helping all Canadians with a particular focus on the most vulnerable Canadians. Canadians who didn't have access to EI and lost their job need to rely on shelters, whether it's people fleeing domestic violence, which was increased by the need to stay home, or people who are already living in the streets. We needed to increase our support for food banks. We need to make sure that Indigenous communities that are vulnerable to health crises because of a lack of health system supports were extra protected. Throughout this pandemic, sent out support to more than 11 million Canadians. We had a specific focus on the most vulnerable, because that's just who we are as Canadians, but also because we know that allowing and encouraging and giving the ability of everyone to participate, of reducing barriers as we move forward, is going to be extremely important. And I look forward to those discussions. Right now, we're still very much focused on helping people through this crisis.
Thank you. We'll take one last question on the floor.
Busy day domestically, of course, but U.S. President Donald Trump, Mexican counterpart, having a meeting. You spoke to the Mexican president this week. Do you have plans to speak to Donald Trump after this meeting, and will you be discussing aluminum tariffs with him?
I speak reasonably regularly and have over the past many years with the U.S. president. Look forward to congratulating him and all of us on the coming into force the new NAFTA, the USMCA. I think it's really important that at a time of economic strain and stress, we continue to have access to the world's most. This is good for Canadian workers, jobs right across the country.
I wonder if I could just ask you to...
At the same time, we are concerned about the threat of extra tariffs on aluminum and possibly steel. This is something that, again, is a little bit difficult to understand, because the United States relies heavily on imports of Canadian aluminum in particular for their domestic manufacturing capacity. The U.S. doesn't make nearly enough aluminum to be able to cover its needs, particularly at a time where we want the economies to get going again across North America. So what tariffs would do would be to raise prices for manufacturers in the United States and put extra stress at bound, which is why we are continuing to push very hard on encouraging the U.S. to not move forward on, we don't think, have any justification and will have negative impacts.
I wonder if I could just ask you to repeat in French the answer you gave to Rosie about what you're thinking about going forward in terms of what these programs may or may not look like.
Depuis les tout débuts.
From the beginning, we knew that we had to help Canadians, specifically vulnerable Canadians. That's why, from the start, we helped 11 million Canadians serve and the wage subsidy. We focused on the most vulnerable, but we also helped food banks. We helped shelters for victims of domestic violence. There was assistance for Indigenous communities. We know that during any crisis, the most vulnerable are those that feel the impact the most, and we wanted to take care of these most vulnerable. There will be discussions, political debates on how to restart the economy so that it is stronger for Canadians. But I have to say that at the heart of what we are going to do, we will always have the most vulnerable Canadians in mind. We want everyone to be able to participate fully. We want to reduce barriers, and we want to eliminate these barriers in our system. We will always do more for vulnerable Canadians because it is the right thing to do, but also the smart thing to do in order to create jobs and economic growth. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. This concludes today's press conference.
To focus on a mission to save lives, meet the needs of our states, our healthcare workers, to safely reopen America and reopen America's schools. Here today from Admiral Brett Giroir. At this point, we have tested more than 39 million Americans. Among those, more than 3 million Americans have tested positive, and more than 1.3 million have recovered. Sadly, more than 133,000 Americans have lost their lives, and our sympathies are with all of the impacted families. Because of what the American people have done, because of the extraordinary work of our healthcare workers around the country, we are encouraged that the average fatality rate continues to be low and steady. And at days earlier this week was actually 90% lower than at the height of this pandemic. Again, it's a credit to the sacrifices the American people have made, that the extraordinary work that our healthcare workers are doing. And we pledge this task force, work in partnership with governors all across the country, is going to continue to work our hearts out 24 hours a day to continue to keep our losses low. In just a few moments, Dr. Deborah Birx will outline the data that we're seeing around the country. We're tracking literally state by state, county by county. But as she will describe in a moment, we're actually seeing early indications of a percent of positive testing flattening in Arizona and Florida and Texas. Governors in each of those states have taken strong steps to flatten the curve. And again, as Dr. Birx will describe, we're beginning to see early indications that positivity is flattening. And in Arizona and Florida, we are beginning to see declining numbers of emergency room visits as well. We believe the takeaway from this for every American, particularly in those states that are impacted, is keep doing what you're doing. Because starting to see the first indications that, as we were able to do in the Northeast, as we were able to do in Louisiana and Michigan and other places around the country, we're putting into practice those mitigation efforts, and we're beginning to see indications that they are having a good effect. We are focused on the states where more than half of the new cases have arisen: Texas, Arizona, Florida, and California, and have received encouraging reports even through this morning. Strong supplies of PPE in hospitals. Hospital capacity remains strong. The one need that we did hear from governors across the region is for personnel. And over the last week, and HHS, we've been processing requests to deploy over 1,070 doctors and nurses and medical personnel. At this point, roughly 525 doctors and nurses are on the ground in Arizona, California, and Texas, and we're processing a request from Florida for an additional amount. We've made it very clear, as we, if you'll recall, we deployed at the President's direction active duty military medical personnel to New York, to New Jersey, to Connecticut, to Michigan, to Louisiana, and we're in the process of doing that again, just to make sure that, that those dedicated doctors and nurses and healthcare workers have the relief that they need rising in various communities across the Sun Belt, and we'll continue to work that. We had a conference call yesterday with the nation's governors. We are in the process of continuing to send every week detailed county-by-county summaries, analysis, and recommendations to governors that are being received. We also are issuing renewed guidance on preservation and reuse of PPE. Again, what we're hearing, and not just speaking to governors, but talking directly to hospitals, is that, frankly, because of the historic effort that President Trump implemented to spin up hundreds of millions of supplies of gloves and masks and face shields, and as well as the construction of ventilators, we now have 59,000 in our supplies. PPE, we hear, remains strong, but we're encouraging healthcare workers to begin now to use some of the best practices that we learned in other parts of the country to preserve and to reuse the PPE supplies. So our focus is to make sure our states have everything they need when they need it, and we're working closely with all the governors to make that a reality. But what brings us to the Department of Education is as we see to the needs of our states, as we focus on the health care of the American people, we're working to reopen America and to reopen America's schools. And yesterday, President Trump convened a summit of education leaders and health officials at the White House. And as the President made clear yesterday, it's time. It's time for us to get our kids back to school. And the summit yesterday gave us an opportunity to outline and to learn what we might be able to do that. In just a few moments, I'm going to ask Secretary DeVos to talk about the approach the Department of Education is taking to assisting local communities and states in bringing their schools back online. And also we hear Dr. Bob Redfield, who has been literally since early in this pandemic providing guidance to schools, and will be issuing additional guidance next week. I wouldn't want to pass the opportunity, though, not just as Vice President, but as someone who's been married to a school teacher now for 35 years, just to say thank you to all the teachers out there. From early in the pandemic, teachers learned how to do the distance teaching and did a remarkable job, oftentimes having to care for their own families and make sure their own children's studies were happening. So to all of our America's teachers, we say thank you. We also want to say thank you to the parents who had to step in and become educators for all of their kids. It's really been remarkable when you see what our kids have been able to accomplish during this difficult time. But what we heard again yesterday from education officials and what we heard from the American Academy of Pediatrics, it's absolutely essential that we get our kids back into classroom for in-person learning. We can't let our kids fall behind academically, but it's important that the American people remember that for children that have mental health issues, for special needs children, for nutrition, for children in communities facing persistent poverty, the school is the place where they receive all those services. And so this is not to ensure our kids are learning and they're advancing academically, but for their mental health, for their well-being, for their physical health, for nutrition. We've got to get our kids back to school. And as you heard the President yesterday, and even again this morning, we're absolutely determined to work in partnership with our states to give the guidance for states and communities to be able to safely reopen our schools. The CDC will be issuing new guidance next week, part of a 5-part series of recommendations that will give all new tools to our schools. But what Dr. Redfield made clear yesterday, I'm sure he'll make clear again today, is we're here to help. We don't want federal guidance to be a substitute for state and local laws and rules and guidance. We're here to assist with the shared objective that I think is shared by every parent in America, which we want to get them back in the classroom, we want to get our teachers back in the front of those classrooms, we got to get our kids learning in person once again. As Congress is still in recess, but will gather again soon, we already are in discussions about additional potential support, although we were able to remind governors that $13.3 billion is available in the CARES Act for states to be able to assist them as they roll out and restart schools across. At the present moment, we learned yesterday that only 1.5% of those funds has been drawn down by states, and we encouraged governors to take advantage of that. Our objectives, as I said, are to save lives, meet the needs of our states and their healthcare workers, protect the most vulnerable, and safely reopen America and safely reopen our schools. We are reopening America. The jobs report last Thursday spoke for itself, nearly 5 million jobs created. And I can tell you, evidence all around the country is that the American people are finding a way to do their part, to put the health of their neighbors first, even while we all find a way to get back to work, to worship, and to school. And we all have a role to play to slow the spread, to protect the most vulnerable, and to safely reopen our country and our schools. And so I would just close before I turn the podium over to Dr. Birx for her report, just simply to say thank you to the American people. Thank you for what you've done so far. Thank you for the way you've put the health and well-being of not just family members and friends, but strangers, people you didn't even know first. And we just encourage you to keep doing what you're doing. Keep heeding the guidance of state and local authorities. Wear a mask wherever state and local authorities determine it's indicated, or wear a mask where you can't engage in social distancing. This is the role each of us can continue to play, and we're seeing some early indications in some of the most impacted states that Americans, so we want to encourage you on and tell you that we're going to continue to do our part. And I'm just absolutely confident. And this pandemic was striking so deeply in the Northeast, when it was striking in the Louisiana people know what needs to be done, and we know we can do it. And we flattened the curve before. We slowed the spread before, and we can do it again. But we've got to all do our part, and we'll do it together. With that, Dr. Deborah Birx, and then we'll get a report from Admiral Giroir before we move on to other reports. Dr. Birx.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. If I could have the first slide, please. And I know some of you do watch what I wear, so I'm wearing this specially today. This is the Salt River Tribe. I just want to, mask can be a fashion statement. And I want to thank the Salt River Tribe. It was a real pleasure to be out and speaking to individuals around the United States about the issues that they're facing with COVID-19, to be able to meet with communities, hospital personnel, African American communities, Hispanic communities, and our Pride tribal nations. It was a privilege last week. I want to start with Arizona, just to pick up where the Vice President left off. That orange line is the number of tests performed, and the blue line is the test positivity. Now, this is at the level of the state. And Arizona does have 3 counties that we're tracking very closely. Obviously, you know, the largest one being Phoenix and Maricopa County. But this does show that the blue line, which is a 7-day average for these wonderful slides, the 7-day average is showing some flattening, and they find that encouraging. Also equally encouraging at this point, because we know that the test positivity rate is the first thing to increase, and we're hoping that ability in Arizona of at least reaching a plateau in their curve. The red line represents the emergency room visits for any of the COVID-like symptoms. And this is also an early indicator, and we find that encouraging. The next slide does show the counties that we're tracking, obviously the largest county being Maricopa County with the largest number of infections, but clearly there's issues in Yuma and Pima. The Vice President mentioned the weekly reports that go to governors. This is what it looks like. Of course, they're full-side pages. This is Alaska's. On the front page is our interpretation of what we're seeing relevant to their epidemic, with specific recommendations related to where we see them as far as being in a danger zone. They are coded by yellow and red, and it follows. They see everything you're seeing on that first report in boxes, warning boxes, and then each of the counties are represented so that they have in one place 5 pages from the White House and task force that summarizes what, and that goes out weekly. Next slide, please. This looks at Florida, and you can see in the same way the red line, early suggestions of decreasing emergency room visits for the symptoms of COVID, and some stability starting in that blue line, hoping that heralds a stability in the number of daily reported cases. We also understand that we went through a holiday weekend, and holiday weekends can impact data on both ends. Under-reporting through the weekend, then catch-up reporting on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday after holiday weekend. Next slide, this shows the counties of Florida that we're tracking. These are the top 10 counties in Florida, and you can see each of them have a different profile. I want to call your attention to the counties that are across the bottom there that are more difficult to see. Some of those represent Jacksonville and other large metros, including Tampa. When the governor talks about how they were steady and low for a long period of time after reopening, this is where that is reflected for almost 5 weeks after reopening. Clearly, there was something that happened, though, and those that we're looking into across the board, because whatever happened in Florida happened across the Sun Belt, and that all of the curves and all of the findings are mirrored. If you remember early on in March and April, we were talking about first the New York Metro, followed by Boston, followed by Philadelphia, then Chicago, and New Orleans was with the New York Metro. And so it was a series of individual curves. In this case, whatever occurred almost simultaneously across the South. And so we're investigating that very closely to really see the etiology behind that, because that can help us as an early warning signal, but also help us in guidance to the American people of what we're asking them to do. Next slide, Texas. And you can see Texas is in a similar situation with their blue line, and we're watching this very closely across Texas. Next slide. But I think all of you know that there's a series of major metros in Texas with significant increase in cases from Houston to Dallas to San Antonio to El Paso and McClellan area. And so the governors get this type of report with specific recommendations. And then finally, California, where you can see, the next slide, thank you. But then this increase in the number of test positives and rapid increase in cases. Next slide, and you can see the majority of the issue is in the Los Angeles area, although we see this through Riverside, Imperial, Sacramento, and now San Francisco with increased number of cases. So I want to finish with where the Vice President started about the sacrifices of the American people, because in that recommendations are very clear recommendations that when you have a county with these types of cases, we are recommending everyone using a face covering. And I think the studies now that have been done showing that cotton face work, that does open up the ability for us all to have individualized face coverings that express our personality. But in addition, I think the work that these governors have done to and ask the American people to stop going to bars, to close the bars, to move to outdoor dining, to decrease any kind of indoor gatherings, again, to all of the Americans out there that are in these 4 states and the states that have, in the report, we're in the red zone, there's a series of other states that we have in that zone, is really asking the American people in those counties and in those states to not only use the face coverings, not going to bars, not going to indoor dining, but really not gathering in homes either, and decreasing those gatherings back down to our phase 1 recommendation, which was 10 or less. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Report on testing.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Since we're bragging on our face coverings, this was made by a small religious community in Pennsylvania who were helped by the Public Health Service, and they hand sewed these for a lot of our officers to match our operational dress, those blue uniforms. So I wear this proudly, and I think of that community every single day, everybody pitching in across America to help us all. So in terms of testing, I want to cover 3 quick topics. First one is just where we are numerically. Vice President has already said we are now topping 39 million tests across the country. The states really crushed their goal in June. The state goals was about 12.9 million in June. CDC numbers have finalized that at about 16.5 million tests for June. So congratulations to almost all of the states who exceeded their goal. We're doing very well right now, between 600,000 and 700,000 tests per day. We did top the 700,000 mark last week, and we're averaging about 620,000, 630,000 tests per day. We continue to ship. We are ripe with swabs and media, so the states tell us what they need. We work with them to set those goals based on their state testing plans. After technical assistance by the CDC and my office, FEMA ships those every week. Now that's along with ASPR, the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response at HHS. So that's sort of the overall general view. We announced yesterday, we talked about a little bit last week, and that is federal surge sites. We opened these in 3 communities. There was a list of communities identified by Dr. Birx and her that had certain characteristics of their infection trend, but also met certain characteristics of numerical numbers and isolation that surge testing might have an impact over a short period of time. So our goal in those communities is to do at least 5,000 tests per day, and those are in Jacksonville and McAllen, the McAllen in Texas. And we have many others that we're working with. Again, this is a partnership with the state and local governments to make that happen. They're up and running and testing in all 3 sites. Baton Rouge started yesterday. The other 2 sites start today, and we already have almost 6,500 appointments already made this morning, so that's going very, very well. The last thing I want to talk about is Phoenix, and I don't know if we have the slides for this. I get just a little bit concerned when I hear things in the news like we're doing nothing for Phoenix and the federal government hasn't been doing anything with Phoenix, because that really is not correct and undermines a lot of the things that we're doing. I'm going to show you some slides. I didn't make these slides up. My team, this was part of a 55 slide deck just on Phoenix, where we understand the demographics, the health disparities, the income levels, the racial and ethnicity backgrounds, where the tests are done, where the resources are. This is how we really work the issues. So first of all, we're in constant contact with Governor Ducey and his team. His state health officials are out. We not only talk on the calls, but we have frequent calls, and I know Dr. Redfield does this as well, and Ambassador Birx does this as well. Number 2, we provide support according to the state plans. Just in the last 2 months, we've shipped over 100,000 swabs and media to the state to fulfill their plans. In terms of Phoenix, if I can get the first slide back, please. I just want to say that, yes, we have lots of support in Phoenix. This is the community-based testing locations. Has 3 federally funded retail sites. This is paid on a per capita basis. You come get a test. These sites, not these 3 sites, but this overall program has tested just under 1 million individuals, and they're located specifically in communities of high social vulnerability. We have 3 there. We also have 13 what we call 3.0 sites. These are retail pharmacies that, because of our regulatory flexibility, they can do that without a federal stipend or grant. They do this just through the insurance, Medicare, and Medicaid billing system. So those are 16 federal sites we have in Phoenix. Next slide. I don't know if there's a map to go with that, but under the leadership of Secretary Azar, we've really surged into FQHCs, federally qualified health centers. This is where you want testing to happen, because these are medical homes for those who are indigent and underserved. We have 28 FQHC sites performing testing just in the Phoenix area right now. Next slide. We don't have that slide, but let me talk about, we've also identified every single testing machine in Phoenix. So there are testing machines to do tens of thousands of tests per day, and we're sending at least 100,000, okay, maybe it'll come up, maybe it won't, but at least 100,000 assays.
哇！呢個哇小鮮肉啊！呢個正呢個。
regular basis that we do community by community by.
咁啊，警方就依家就拉咗封咗線啦，係啦。屌你老母，我哋搶啲啦喂！係啦，因為係啦。咁啊，歡迎大家收睇皮蛋俱樂部啊！咁阿蛋咧，依家嚟到呢邊啊！哎呀，起啊，好撚正啊！屌！係我等緊我部相機啊，大佬。係啦，咁啊一路火警啊，爆炸。咁啊而家係等緊相機㗎啦，咁啊，真係冇攞部相機嚟啦，你老味係。我哋用電話影住先啦，冇計啊。
我都係啱啱到你半步嘅啫嘛，啱啱見到咗啊！
我而家係。一個單位啊，係啊，1號火警爆炸，地址咧？
多少錢？
係啊，你想邊個先啊？
咁我手機多少錢？
係我諗下啊。
哎呀，咁平啊！你慢慢啦嚇。
係啊，咩快你嚟啦？1號火警有爆炸。
我去睇下起換衫啊！
我去睇下起。
Hello， 大家好，咩怪？佢哋一個就去睇下起換衫，一個睇下起除褲咁啦。咁而家現場咧？就係咧，出現咗呢一個，屌點解咁樣？換完衫啊！喺嗰度啊，攞到，正！起！咩事？呢度應該係有火燭嘅，而且係有爆炸，係邊一度啊？係咪上邊咧？黃大仙。Hello， 你哋好，有咩怪？現場係晚上好，發生咩事？呢度應該係啱啱火燭，而且係有爆炸嘅出現嘅。跟住後而家喺邊個位我都唔清楚，等等啦。而家係黃大仙嘅消防局過2條街嘅，好近。聖母書院、寶翠大廈、黃大仙寶翠大廈、行咯。跟住後係啲咩火燭咧？呢條係咩街？呢條係一個近睇嘅起啊！皆大歡喜。
後生啊！嗰度嗰啲啊，係啊，好後生。
做完嘢食宵夜。翠鳳街。
OK， 上車，快返屋企啦！
翠鳳街呢度係翠鳳街，喺邊度火燭啊？大佬，滅咗啦。係啊，慈雲山翠鳳街。
呢個慈雲山嚟？
唔係，錯，屌，黃大仙翠鳳街，唔係我見。
唔知啊。
因為附近你知係嘛？我睇清楚啊，我睇清楚啲先啊。睇下，哇！呢邊都啱啦。咁條大水喉就出咗嚟㗎啦。黃大仙嘅翠鳳街啊！呢度就啱啱咧就出現火燭嘅，然後咧就好似出現埋爆炸添㗎，但係呢度已經拉起咗呢個風波線啦。拉起喺後邊換衫，暫時未清楚係邊一度起火。咩自拍？咩唔自拍？跟住呢度係黃大仙啦，黃大仙嘅翠鳳街，見唔見到啊？出晒水。翠鳳街，現場係翠鳳街嘅現場，咁就係 火災啦，而且係有爆炸嘅發生嘅據報。可以捐入去嘅咩？
嚇？
可以捐入去嘅咩？
得啊，翻出嚟啦咪。
嗰邊先啊！
入去，收到。
哇！現場都聞到有少少煙嘅味道，但係好輕微嘅啫。Hello， 你好。去鳳街。我睇下有冇多啲內容可以嚟啊！
機房嚟喎應該。
單拖唔係單拖啊！阿蛋哥喺附近，我唔係咁做。呢度係翠鳳街啊，翠鳳街我啱啱 check 咗 Google 大神。就現場應該係一個地鋪起火。我再揾下有冇啲詳細啲嘅資料啊，等等啦。光帶線。係啊，佢同蛋都喺度嘅。咁佢就喺另一邊影相啦。呢度懷疑，我諗前面呢度啦就係起火嘅單位，大概可能大細頭係咁，應該係一個車房嚟嘅，係咪咧？咁我諗啲火係已經熄滅咗㗎啦，係真係熄滅咗㗎啦，因為啱啱好似係發生過爆炸㗎。你好啊！呢度咩事？就係即係黃大仙嘅翠鳳街啦，就出現咗有火災，有火燭，跟住之後咧就係有爆炸嘅發生嘅。啦，咁現場我哋就睇到啦，其實係有好多架嘅消防車係已經到場嘅，接近有四五架嘅消防車已經係到場㗎啦。一頭咗添，因為啱啱相信係有爆炸嘅發生啦，所以係好多消防車嚟到支援嘅。咁然後呢度就有條拉氣嘅線啦，風水線啦，唔俾我哋越過呢度。哎呀，係咪好細？唔好意思啊，中咗我哋。呢個位呢度係啊，好似係車房咁東西咧。我哋影到嘅。未打水印啊？等等啊！應該係有多散步喎。我幫你找。等陣先。我幫你找幾位？喺個台啊！
起個籮柚真係好撚正啊！你睇下我起個籮柚。
成日睇過人哋個籮柚。
起個籮柚好正啊！
講緊好似前啲有。
起個籮柚好撚正，螺味唔係煙味。
唔係啊，係啲膠嘅味啊。
如果係車房嘅話咧，應該有啲。
係啊，膠味咯。體育台。有個男人出嚟。起啊！快啲擠啊！可唔可以俾我摸下？可唔可以俾我摸下條手臂啊？
好粗嗰條。
係好粗，又粗又長嘅手臂。點解性騷擾咁樣？體育台喂，體育台算啦，好唔好啊？我真係揾唔到啊！
幾體育嘅，我哋真係睇緊肉啊嘛。
你咁㗎？唔可以俾人聽到啊！知唔知啊？專業啲。拉咗我哋。你掂到我啊！條喉，你好勁啊！你咪咁鹹濕，冇鹹濕啊！又粗又長嘅手臂啊嘛！ 咪有陣嗰啲燒膠嗰啲味啊！
好臭喎，除咗海南粉。
係啊，好撚臭啊！真係好撚臭。冷靜啲已經好冷靜啦，大佬。體育我揾唔到 logo 啊，用住呢個先多一樣啫，係咪？嗰邊吹，唔好向住我呢邊吹，好撚臭啊！好撚臭。
好性感嘅地點。咁而家盡量都揾緊咧，現場究竟係發生咩事啦？我哋所知嘅咧，只係火燭啦，然後有爆炸發生啦。
鳩我咁。
點解大哥仲可以咩？
佢黐撚線。
我 iPhone 好落後啊！我覺得 iPhone 好落後。
邊度？呢度係黃大仙嘅翠鳳街啊！翠鳳 Street。體育台，好多戲。咁即係火燭嗰個位咧，就係喺呢度嘅，呢一度。原來話開咗閘嗰度嗰個啊，係啊。有觀眾就話可能係啲車胎燒着咗，所以有燒膠味。因為現場咧係有一陣咧極之攻鼻嘅臭膠味嘅。但係而家應該係完㗎啦，佢哋都收緊口。睇下佢哋喺嗰度自浸啲咩先？自浸。有啲水管。咁現場咧就已經係穩定咗㗎啦。見到啲消防員啦，都已經乾，同埋都已經換翻，未即係除翻唔係制服噶啦。蛋褲浪着火，換咗 logo 嘅成人台，蛋成人台，放啲口水肩俾我哋。要嘅，即係去呢啲咁嘅場面咧，要啲口水肩嘅。翠鳳街啊，黃大仙嘅翠鳳街，翠鳳 Street。Hello。
邊個位啊？
嗰度咯，見唔見到開咗半閘嗰度有火咯？滅咗㗎啦。咁見到佢哋而家都處理緊呢個事後嘅東西，因為我見到佢哋喺個門口嗰度徘徊啊。等先啦，放大啦先，過去摸下得唔得㗎？有冇呢個服務㗎？冇啊，俾人撳低喎。
喂，大家好啊！歡迎大家收睇蛋蛋俱樂部。
攞咩俱樂部？
係啦，咁啊羅斯批咧亦都喺度啦，大家
老味羅斯批，阿兔兔就係螺絲粉啊！
我唔使酸嘅，
喵味，蘿蔔頭啊，喵頭。
大家讚好、分享同埋課金支持。
佢做乜撚嘢蘿蔔頭啫？我真係有機會問到個羅有痕啊！
係啊，輸水喉。
幾 記得讚好啦、分享啦等等嘅，係啦。
讚好分享，讚好分享。課金
記得支持蛋蛋俱樂部計劃啊，好需要大家支持㗎嚇。咁我哋睇到咧，而家前面仲有阿喜喺度㗎嚇。
係啦，現場阿喜實況。
電腦大爆炸。等佢解咗封咗佢捧場。
讓開俾阿喜行。
羅底橙少啲咯。呢個燒包包嚟㗎。咁啊，而家咧其實都有啲街坊咧係去屋企嘅。咁啊，
但係呢度都係封鎖咗。
係啊，行快啲，激情啲。
激情啲喎，總之係而家呢一個 area 啦，就俾唔可以俾任何人進入。基於一啲安全理由啦，就唔俾啲街坊翻屋企先嘅，因為始終可能都會有啲火種會再次燃起呢啲。
係啦。咁啊，其實咧都有疏散啦，有一啲嘅市民啦、居民啦，其實想上樓啊，其實亦都有見到一家大細啦，都落咗嚟啦。有啲係咁啱，可能食完飯去完街玩完啦。咁啊，有啲人暫時咧都未安排到佢上樓嘅。咁歡迎大家咧收睇《皮蛋俱樂部》啦，咁樣嘅狀況。咁啊，等我陣先啊，我讚好分享啦，大佬又開追悼會㗎啦。係啊，嚟啊！生咗水未啊？點啊？跟住，可以睇。
Hello， 大家好，又去翻我度啦，我又攞咗佢支嘢啦。咁我同大家講下現場嘅情況啦。我又講多次啦。咁呢度黃大仙嘅翠鳳街啦，我哋就啱啱拉接報道場咧，就係知道呢一度應該係啱啱有少少火燭嘅，然後咧應該唔少嘅火燭，因為最後都係有爆炸嘅出現啦。但係我哋嚟到現場，應該個火種已經應該係咪進行緊一啲係啦咁樣樣嘅？我知啊。咁我哋懷疑啦，喺低見面到開咗半集嘅單位啊，嗰個單位咧就可能係一個起火嘅地點啦。而且懷疑佢都係一個車房。等先，我轉一轉。新聞台揾到嘞。等等。係啦，咁現場咧見到有冇街坊知道可能前邊咧嗰個係啊，打個陣，前面嗰度咧開咗半集嗰個位係啲咩？等我轉下，係啲咩鋪頭咧？因為我哋現場咧係聞到咧一大陣嘅臭嘅燒咗嘅膠味。佢哋好似想收咗地下。
咁啊，而家見到咧消防係
啦，收起呢個輸水喉。收喉，係，見到佢開始都收起個喉啦。咁啱啱咧係有街坊咧，住喺呢一條封鎖線入邊嘅位置啦，佢哋就想上樓翻屋企嘅，但係咧消防員都基於一個安全嘅理由啦，就拒絕咗俾佢哋，又叫佢哋等多10分鐘左右啦，等目的完全嘅熄滅啦。咁樣就
而家咧火就夠熄嘅，咁啊曾經咧應該咧就好似係話有爆炸啦。
據報係有爆炸嘅發生嘅呢一個現場。
頭先咧，但係都仲係
係啊，現場嘅街坊都仲未可以翻到佢自己嘅屋企嘅，因為都係要詳細咁檢查啦，費事嗰啲火又再起。辛苦晒消防員啦，辛苦晒。感謝消防員嘅付出啦，最後都幾重下喎。黃大仙車房係咪車房嚟㗎？有一個有位觀眾啦，就話應該呢一度，所以咁樣就解釋到點解喺現場有咁多呢啲臭膠味，應該可能就係燃燒到一啲車胎而引起嘅味道。吊底褲好型，係啊，好型嘅，冇得賣啊，好型。Hello， 咩怪？記得當年喺度。
影住佢哋好中意睇消防員㗎，我啲觀眾個個都好撚中意睇消防員，尤其睇佢劈啦。
咁我哋現場就直擊消防員，應該就撲滅咗個火種㗎啦。而家就應該收起緊啲輸水喉啦。啱啱有個觀眾喺呢個輸水喉係咪？燒膠係帶有毒性啊！咁我睇現場大概係有少少嘅燒膠味啦，都唔肯定係咪。係啦。 小朋哥哥都喺度收起緊碌，慢慢捲翻呢條輸水喉啦。慢慢好治愈啊！呢、個場面，好似嗰個糖咁啊！記起救生圍佢同貓貓嗰啲肉火，嗰啲叫肉火。豬肉嘅肉。咁睇翻現場嘅情況啦，佢就慢慢開始收起咗呢啲輸水喉啦。就應該確認咗，其實嗰邊嘅火種可能已經係完全嘅熄滅啦，所以佢哋就慢慢收翻起啦。Hello， 你好你好。咁而家暫時都見到消防員係即係喺用電筒入去檢查啊，了解下情況先嘅。
歡迎大家啦，讚好啦，分享啦，等等啊。
希望大家可以讚好、分享同埋課金支持，因為我哋真係即刻趕過嚟嘅。啱啱喺旺角完咗之後，而家即刻趕過嚟。影後面兩條友，邊兩條友啊？影阿蛋啊？我唔想影佢喎，阿喜唔啲喎。正啊！可以，呢個應該係娛樂台喎，唔係體育台。而家可以上樓啊！係啦，咁消防員而家就可以俾啲街坊可以上樓。
54至56個都有冇上嚟啊？咁你都冇上樓我都。呢個眼前面見到啦。
咁我哋入去睇下啦。
咁啊，我哋入咗封鎖線啊，咁居民咧依家係可以上樓嘅，可以。咁我哋行過另一邊望下先。走啊，走，出去。有。咁我哋睇到啦，係啦，唔知佢係拖板定乜嘢啦。嗰個情況。咁啊，呢間咧係一間應該係
唔好意思啊，可唔可以企翻後企翻去我哋實時後面啦？係啊，因為中電佢哋仍然仲係未過去嚟嘅，係啊，你可唔可以近到少少啊？
好快行唔到啊，係阿揼，我哋行唔到啊，呢個係
啊，唔該你哋可以褪後少少啊，真係行唔到咧，佢哋行啦。麻煩企翻去後邊封鎖線後邊啦。現場呢度應該咧就係一個咁車房啱啱就可以解釋到點解會有爆炸情況發生啦，入邊可能會有啲易燃嘅物品啦。未知係咪有爆炸發生嘅？我哋係。都係咁講係有爆炸咯。Explosion！ 女人聲係警員。嗰邊啊，唔好意思啊，因為仲要等中電啊。係啊，佢哋話因為仲要等中電嚟嘅，上翻去嗰個封鎖線嘅後面嘅。
係啦，咁啊都見到啦，其實就係一間相信係車房嘅物體嚟嘅。好，唔該晒你啊，當然係一間車房嘅物體嚟嘅。咁樣啊，咁我哋見到啲戲啦，都係而家就離開翻封鎖線啦。主要就一啲嘅行家就嚟出翻開封鎖線㗎啦。咁啊，見到咧應該就係一間車房啦，咁樣嘅。咁啊。見到咧消防咧開始都係收拾緊佢哋嘅嘢啦，係應該係相信咧抽隊離開嘅。咁歡迎大家咧收睇皮蛋俱樂部啦，咁啊我哋都繼續咧係為大家啦嚟到黃大仙啦、慈雲山咧繼續跟進一單一級火警有爆炸啦。咁啊肇事嘅位置咧其實係地鋪嚟嘅，亦相信咧係一間車房。咁啊都係啦，咁啊我哋睇到咧其實都有唔少嘅消防車㗎嚇。咁啊，哇！呢個嘢都幾搞笑啊！係啦，咁啊，我哋見到咧阿喜咧個籮柚咁正嘅，因為佢個 S 咧真係又硬掘掘啦，又脹起啦，咁啊係真係好正嘅一件事啊！咁我哋咧就交俾阿喵喵咧，繼續咧為大家咧係跟進翻現場嘅情況係啦。
Hello， 大家好，咁我重複再講多次而家現場嘅情況啦。呢度係黃大仙嘅翠屏咧，就係喺我哋前邊啦，嚟嘅。Hello， 咩怪啊？咁呢個前邊啦個位置咧就係有一個車房，有個車房咩？
我諗熱啊，喺後邊喎。邊度啊？去咗邊度啊？後邊有，已經最好嘅一張啦，已經係啊，係啊，已經最好嘅一張。
你兜咗後邊㗎？直套啦，兜咗後邊。哇！竟然，但係佢係通嘅。
通啊！呢度就喺呢個門口後邊啫嘛，一下去喎。
咁我哋行入去，我哋繼續去挑戰佢哋嘅底線啦，就入去睇翻啦入邊嘅情況啦。 咁咧，佢哋咧呢一度啦，翠鳳街咧就係有一個車房啦，就係有火燭嘅。咁據報就係有呢一個爆炸嘅發生，係唔清楚係咪真係有爆炸，我哋未肯定。喵喵 hi， 啱啱影咗兩張，啱啱趕走我喎。係啊，睇咗㗎啦。睇咗冇計啊。好啦，咁我哋就走啦。又睇多次啦。我哋又跟住之後咧，就係呢一間車房。我哋遠少少睇下，呢間叫咩啊？咩書？跟住之後咧，呢間車房咧就出現火燭。黃大仙翠鳳街啊！個個都入完去呢個。俾人哋入去咧，因為俾啲街坊上樓㗎。啱啱有街坊想上樓，但係佢話基於安全嘅問題啦。就叫佢唔好上轉嘅，10分鐘之後咧，係5分鐘左右咧，就俾嗰位街坊上去，然後咧啲記者咧都隨即行咗入去個封鎖線嗰度。但係出嚟話，因為中電公司未到，可能未肯定會。我哋後欄。好啊，我哋去勇闖呢個後欄睇下。勇闖後欄。但後欄就真係好人喺度影啊！咁醒啊你！你會走出去後欄嘅？冇去兜過嚟睇下啊嘛。我哋而家去呢個車房嘅後欄，睇睇後欄之情。哇！咁陰森恐怖嘅，你自己行呢度啊？過啦，再好啊！好多車啊！幾蓋？車門咁邊度有車？開門啊！呢度開門。有車蓋。呢個係門嚟，喂！屌！係啊，呢度門喺度啦，咁要開門就有2道門添。double door 啊！要開就大家過嚟自己開啦。咩話？有上層喎，起咗喺上面落嚟添。嚇！真係燒上邊啊？唔係啊。呢個樓梯啊，去上邊。都係呢度。喂，做乜鬼嘢啊？唔好意思啊。你撳一下咧，佢就可以上。我知。好似係啲咩？哇，好臭啊！呢度。呢度係非常之臭。喂，係啊，臭到overflow添啊！歪咗啊！好撚臭。得啦，係啦。而家對翻正啦，咁見到現場啦，咁消防員都係檢查緊嗰度嘅器材啦，應該係想睇下會唔會再有燃起，又會唔會再有火燭嘅危機？會俾人屌啊！應該想咁樣。咁得㗎喎呢度。見又話你 outflow 啊，乜乜柒柒啊咁樣啊。哇！呢度真係好乸臭，好乸熱添啊，大佬。係喎，有陣好熱氣咧湧出嚟啊。係啊。非常之興咯，係。咁睇下地下啦，呢度咧都好多車胎喺度。係啊，呢度都係成地都係車胎，所以嗰啲臭膠味應該就係會唔會係燃燒咗車胎之後出現嘅味道？好撚臭啊！唔好搞後欄啊！應該就係呢個地方嘅後欄，應該係燒完，所以嗰啲火氣咧，啲熱氣啊，係啊，仲未散啊，係咯，總之係比出邊更加熱嘅咯，焗焗地咯。咁呢度唯一睇得清楚啦，因為嗰邊都俾人趕。其實我哋可以偷偷地行入去嘅。唔係，冇啊！真係屌佢啲差啲打起都唔理你嘅，得啲差佬嚟嘅啫嘛，啲差佬又唔行過嚟，頭先都冇風呢度。行近少少咯，行少少行入，係咯。就睇到咁樣睇得清啲，清少少嗰個係咪好細啊？嗰個見到係咯。聽下佢哋講咩先。佢哋應該檢查緊究竟邊個原因啊？係啦，佢哋話咧，其實係嗰度有個嘢啦，應該係大陸做嘅，唔知係咪一個起火嘅原因。 焗得多咪甩頭髮咯。地下有曱甴，見到地下有曱甴？咁又睇到唔問係啊。OK 啊 OK 啊 OK 啊，因為佢哋喺度指緊咧，話好似講緊邊度起火啊。大陸做。
Districts like Fairfax, Virginia, the school district in New York, or Texas, they have moved to this hybrid approach, some virtual learning, some in-person learning. So what's the plan? And then I have Dr. Burks about kids and COVID, if I may.
Well, the plan is to continue to do what we have done from the very beginning. As you heard again this morning, we're at, I believe, 39 million tests that have been performed all across this country. You heard Admiral Girard describe the extraordinary commitment in just one community alone, and what we've conveyed to governors is whatever support they need to get kids back to school, we're going to make sure that they have. We're going to make sure that they have the testing resources. We're currently educating states on the possibility and working with commercial labs on the possibility of what's called pooling, so that literally there could be
跟住之後咧就大概。
The girl that always be over there? Oh, yeah.